Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 75th anniversary commemoration of the Conference of Non-Governmental Organizations in Consultative Relationship with the United Nations, otherwise called CoNGO. Today we are also holding the fifth of 6 global thematic webinars, and what an appropriate theme it is to celebrate equally as raise some of the edgy parts of UN NGO relations. So welcome once again for an event that starts just now, ends with substantive conversations around 5:45, and then we end it with a reception and a celebration. We will now get the opening remarks from the honorary co-chairs of the 75th anniversary commemoration, Ms. Gillian Sorensen, who was former Assistant Secretary General for External Relations of the United Nations, followed by Brigadier General John DeGilio of the Ordo Supremus Militaris Templi Hierosolymitani, OSMTNH, or the Knights Templar. Gillian.
It is a great pleasure to be with you today, and I give a warm thank you to your leader, our leader, Levi Bautista, the president of the Conference of NGOs, for inviting me to be an honorary co-chair. I'm very pleased to do so and to connect with so many of you who care and work with and for the United Nations. I want to look back for just a moment in history to 1945, when the UN Charter was drafted in San Francisco. There were then about 100 observers, now called NGOs, who mostly sat at the edge of the room and listened. And just 3 years later, in 1948, as the UN was still seeking its permanent home, the Conference of NGO was founded. Fast forward to today. 75 years later, we gather again with different backgrounds, races, religions, nationalities, but joined in our shared vision of making a better world, of knowing that we can do more together than we can do alone, and knowing that the issues we care about connect us across borders, including human rights and social justice and development and peace and security and so much more. We know that diplomats play a key role, but they cannot succeed without wide public understanding and support. So here we join forces, we engage with the UN and the decision-making process. So we mark 75 years of the Conference of NGOs. Let us mobilize and galvanize our Conference of NGO constituency and celebrate this milestone of cooperation and interaction of civil society and the UN. And let us look to the future with hope and determination as we work evermore to make a better world. I'm honored to join you every step of the way. And on to you, Patrick.
Thank you, Gillian.
It is a great pleasure to be with you today, and I give a warm thank you together.
I'm representing Brigadier General Patrick Ray this afternoon.
It is my honor to be co-chair with you for the CoNGO 75th Anniversary Committee. It is with great pride to see this.
It is my distinction and honor and privilege to bring you greetings on this 75th celebration of the anniversary of the Conference of Non-Governmental Organizations, more commonly known as CoNGO. In recognition of the 75 years of CoNGO, it is important to note of the impact that we, members of non-governmental organizations that are part of CoNGO, have had. We can take pride and satisfaction in knowing that our views on what constitutes a civil society have been made known to the member states of the United Nations. This has been accomplished through the hard work of the officers and board members of CoNGO. Much recognition and appreciation must go to President Liberato Batista, First Vice President Cyril Ritchie, and Second Vice President Martina Gredler for their outstanding efforts. Their representation of the members of the NGOs and the substantive committees have done much to support CoNGO and give it credence. Today, we of the Sovereign Military Order of the Temple of Jerusalem, also known by our acronym OSMTH, and we members of the Archconfraternity of Papal Knights take great pride in supporting CoNGO. CoNGO is bringing together NGO leaders and representatives to interface with officials from the UN Secretariat. This is what CoNGO is about. CoNGO gives us that platform to express our views, a most important concept. The future of CoNGO and its NGO members is predicated upon this interaction. We, the NGO members, must continue to present our views and to support the Conference of Non-Governmental Organizations now and in the future. May this bring us continued success. Thank you.
Thank you, General De Gilio, and thank you to OSMTH. Now, I want to remind us that we are being joined by more than 200 people online. So welcome to our online participants. I want to make sure that we are previewing with you the rules of participation. As usual, it is an online platform equally as in-person platform. And so please make sure to observe all of the ethical behavior in participating in a webinar. To start us off with an afternoon event, we thought that a musical rendition, a musical prelude should start our event. So ladies and gentlemen, courtesy of one of our major benefactors, the Reneme Foundation, we present to you Begonia Bilbao, soprano.
saprei narrare, sono la sua vicina, che la vien fuori d'ora importunare.
Ladies and gentlemen, Begonia Bilbao, Venezuelan-born soprano and a global performer. Thank you very much, Reneme Foundation. We have invited several United Nations officials from New York, from Geneva, and Vienna. We have received messages from the Office of the Secretary General of the United Nations, who, because of the busy schedule, could not join us, but sent nonetheless his felicitations and warm regards and best wishes for the success of this event. The CoNGO board met yesterday, and we have a love letter to the Secretary General. And may I read on behalf of the CoNGO leadership. Thank you, Mr. Secretary General, for your message of greetings on the occasion of the 75th anniversary of CoNGO. Your long-established attention to the voice of civil society in the affairs of the United Nations is greatly appreciated by CoNGO and its many affiliated NGOs. While regretting your absence, Mr. Secretary General, we fully understand that the current crisis situation in the Middle East requires your full attention. The role of the United Nations in providing humanitarian aid and in seeking a solution through peaceful means has our full support. Now, on the 78th anniversary of the United Nations and the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, it is essential that peace prevail over war and that the human rights of all concerned be recognized and preserved. We wish you every success in these difficult times and reiterate our support for your efforts. We also received a message from the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. And just give me a minute to pull that out. Dear Mr. Bautista, on behalf of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, I wish to express my appreciation of your invitation to participate as a speaker of the CoNGO 75th anniversary commemoration to take place in New York. Your invitation is most appreciated. Unfortunately, the High Commissioner is unable to participate on this occasion due to other commitments. You know what those other commitments in these days and in these hours across the street and around the world for the concerns that the activity of the High Commissioner, the time of the High Commissioner must be spent. So thank you, Mr. Volker Turk, for your message of a felicitation for the 75th anniversary of CoNGO. Let me pull one more message, and this time from the President of the General Assembly of the United Nations. Dear Mr. Bautista, I would like to thank you for your letter dated 6 October, inviting me to participate in the 75th anniversary commemoration of the Conference of NGOs in Consultative Relationship with the United Nations, CoNGO, and the CoNGO 5th Global Thematic Webinar on NGO-UN Relations, Enhancing Multilateralism, Protecting NGO Access, Civil and Space, and Democratic Discourse, to be held on 27 October 2023. I regret to inform you that due to prior arrangements or engagements, I will not be able to join this significant event. I fully agree with you on the importance of engaging civil society and other stakeholders in the work of the United Nations. As President of the General Assembly, I will strive to ensure the meaningful engagement of NGOs in the work of the Assembly throughout my tenure. I have no doubt that CoNGO will continue to drive forward the collaboration between the United Nations and NGOs, and I wish to convey my best wishes for a successful event. Yours sincerely, Dennis Francis. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Dennis Francis, for your word of greetings and commitment to the important role of non-governmental organizations of non-governmental organizations vis-a-vis the United Nations. We now proceed with the statements of other United Nations officials from around the world. This time, we have a statement by the Director General of the United Nations Office in Vienna, who is also the Executive Secretary of the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime.
Distinguished delegates and representatives, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to congratulate you on the 75th anniversary of the Conference of Non-Governmental Organizations in consultative relationship with the United Nations. Since its foundation in 1948, CoNGO has been a vital advocate for the representation of NGOs and civil society at the United Nations. NGOs are an essential voice for the most vulnerable and a valuable partner for our work. In 2022, UNODC engaged with over 3,200 civil society stakeholders through 52 activities related to tackling drugs, crime, and corruption, as well as cybercrime and promoting the role of youth. The UN is committed to working with you and with all our partners to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals and keep the promise of leaving no one behind. The theme of your anniversary, Defining the Present, Shaping the Future, Making the Change Now, underscores the crucial role that NGOs play in advancing Agenda 2030 and achieving the SDGs. Yet, as UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres emphasized at the General Assembly earlier this year, it's not enough for the UN to have the right agenda. It also needs new skills, new expertise, new strategies, and new programs. As we pass the halfway point of the Sustainable Development Agenda, your valuable expertise and unwavering engagement are needed more than ever, especially as we put into action the Secretary General's vision in his report on our common agenda. With over 600 member organizations and 37 substantive committees worldwide, CoNGO is optimally equipped to lead the way and build bridges between various global stakeholders. Together, let us make the change now and do our part to create a world where everyone can thrive in peace, dignity, and equality. Congratulations once again, and I look forward to our continued cooperation here in Vienna and around the world. Thank you.
Indeed, Mrs. Wally, and thank you to the civil society team in Vienna, Mirella Dumar-Frahi and her team for making available, and Mr. Sergey Sergey for having made available this message, which was originally also delivered in Vienna in April when we held the first global celebration of the 75th anniversary of CoNGO. And I want to make sure that you know that our second vice president, Martina Gredler, is here. Please make sure that during the reception, talk to her about the engagement of non-governmental organizations, CoNGO, in the work of the UN offices in Vienna. We will now listen to a good friend, Tatiana Valovaya, the Director General of the United Nations Office at Geneva.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great pleasure that I address you on the 75th anniversary of the Conference of NGOs in Consultative Relationship with the United Nations. The focus of today's event on enhancing multilateralism and protecting civil society space is of particular significance to me and my colleagues at the United Nations in Geneva, as our daily work is all about supporting multilateral diplomacy and engaging in multi-stakeholder discussions. This event is also very timely in light of the pressing needs we face. In a world grappling with unprecedented global geopolitical challenges that transcend all boundaries, a robust multilateral system is the only option we have to find and implement global solutions. The renewed multilateralism we want must be effective, networked, and inclusive. And it should include all actors, states, international and regional organizations, and civil society organizations, of course, as integral partners across all sectors of the UN work. And the partnership between the United Nations and CoNGO illustrates this well. It is a long-standing and solid relationship which dates back to 1948, when the conference was created. CoNGO has since played a major role in strengthening the relations between NGOs in consultative status with ECOSOC and various UN bodies. This is particularly true for us here in the United Nations offices in Geneva. We have collaborated with CoNGO for many years to reinforce the participation of civil society in multilateral processes here in Geneva in all areas of our work: sustainable development, peace and disarmament, and human rights. This year, as we celebrate the 75th anniversary of CoNGO, we also commemorate the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. This milestone document and its vision of all human beings being born free and equal in dignity and rights gave life to civil and political rights. And today, the declaration is as relevant as ever. Let us not forget that meaningful, inclusive, and safe participation by civil society actors is a precondition for overcoming the challenges of our century and achieving sustainable development. I wish to congratulate CoNGO, who has been a partner of the United Nations for 75 years, for its leadership and continuous commitment to increase dialogue. By bringing together representatives of civil society, UN officials and diplomats to address a wide array of global challenges, you contribute to the good functioning of the United Nations system. Let me finish by thanking CoNGO for organizing today's event and encourage the 500 plus NGOs members of the network to continue to work together with the United Nations to promote, strengthen, and expand the role of civil society within multilateral discussions. Multilateralism means working for and with the people that you represent. I thank you all for your attention.
And thank you, Madam Valovaya, and thank you, Sophie Torelli-Chironi and Lydia Girogoreva, for your civil society team in Geneva for the cooperation over the years that we've had. And thank you, Madam Valovaya, for your coordination and stewardship of the United Nations offices and related agencies in Geneva, but especially the Human Rights Council, whose work is so vital to the multilateral process. We now hear from a good friend. For those of you who are from New York, you'll be pleased to listen to an old friend of NGOs in New York, but is now the executive director of UNITAR, Nikhil Seth.
Good morning, everyone. It is a great pleasure to speak at the occasion of CoNGO's 75th anniversary. Happy birthday, CoNGO. A special thank you to the President and Vice President. I have witnessed CoNGO's strong impact on the work of the United Nations, including during the SDG process. We have many valuable outcomes as a result of their passionate engagement. I want to use this opportunity to delve deeper into the vital role that NGOs and civil society play in the multilateral system and in advancing the Sustainable Development Goals, as well as the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead. This was very evident at the SDG Summit last September. Civil society is the new fuel for powering multilateralism. The current multilateral system is facing numerous challenges that threaten its ability to effectively address global issues. One of the major challenges is the rise of nationalism and war-generated hysteria, which has led to an erosion of trust in multilateral institutions and weakened international cooperation. Moreover, the emergence of new technologies and the rapid pace of innovation have created new global challenges that require novel multilateral approaches. SDGs are on life support and, as often stated by the SG, need a rescue package. The confluence of war, conflict, COVID-19, climate change impacts are threatening the very survival of humanity. A disproportionate burden is falling on women and children. Anxiety and depression have increased exponentially. Life expectancy has been lowered globally. Routine healthcare has been disrupted. 1/4 of humanity live in conflict-affected countries. War in Ukraine and severe conflict in the Middle East are leading to multiple economic, political, social, and other crises. Supply chains are reeling, financial markets are in turmoil, aid has shrunk, trade is deeply impacted, food security is in jeopardy, and foreign investments to the developing world are declining. The climate emergency is upon us. We are all feeling the palpable impact. CO2 emissions are predicted to rise by 14% by 2030. Floods, drought, forest fires have become images that we are seeing regularly on our news channels. Multilateralism is in distress, but multilateralism is morphing from what it was 3 decades ago. Civil society, academia, and enlightened business are leading the charge to a new multilateralism where young people, enlightened civil society, and academia are cooperating across borders like never before. There are new coalitions for change transcending the purely intergovernmental nature of multilateralism. CoNGO has to be in front to empower these coalitions. Your special status gives you that role. Ladies and gentlemen, in challenging times like these, the reflex of governments is to go back to the old ways with redrawn political coalitions and to overlook or underappreciate the role of NGOs and civil society in advancing solutions that require a multitude of perspectives and actors. And yet, as we witnessed in the SDG Summit in September 2023 and the forthcoming Summit of the Future in 2024, let us recall that the SDG implementation needs engagement of all stakeholders, especially civil society organizations. The same can be said about a truly inclusive multilateral system. NGOs and civil society organizations are often the voice of the most marginalized and vulnerable communities, and they bring a wealth of diverse perspectives and experiences to the table. They are often the ones who have the closest connection to local communities and can provide insights into the living realities of those most affected by global challenges. Therefore, it is crucial that we recognize the vital role of NGOs and civil society today and in shaping our future. This means creating a more inclusive and equitable multilateral system, one that provides meaningful space for engagement and participation by NGOs and civil society organizations. Over time, civil society has been given more space, but they need to be closer to the decision-making table. What are some of the opportunities during the upcoming major UN events? The Summit of the Future will take place in September 2024. The Summit of the Future is part of the UN Secretary General's ambitious Our Common Agenda. This agenda lays out a series of proposals for consideration by UN member states as elements of a roadmap for accelerated SDG and 2030 Agenda implementation. Our Common Agenda also recognizes the critical role of NGOs and civil society and the importance of their engagement and participating in shaping the future of the world. Recognizing this role is important but delivering on actually enhancing their role at all levels is more challenging. Civil society plays a crucial role in advocating for social justice, human rights and environmental protection, as well as in holding governments accountable for their actions. It also recognizes that civil society can bring diverse perspectives and voices to the table, contributing to more inclusive and democratic decision-making processes. To further support civil society's engagement in global governance, we desperately need measures such as strengthening partnerships between governments and civil society, creating more engaging spaces for civil society participation in international fora, and increasing funding and resources for civil society organizations. The path to the Summit of the Future in 2024 has been very clearly marked. The scope and the proposals will be determined by member states, informed by the policy briefs being prepared by the Secretary General. Civil society needs deeper engagement in deliberations around future generations, in deliberations around the creation of an emergency platform to deal with future shocks, in the new agenda for peace, in issues related to finance, looking beyond GDP and reform of the Bretton Woods institutions and the UN itself, on issues around global digital cooperation, on the peaceful uses of outer space, on education, on engaging youth. In defining this new agenda, civil society in Congo must be in step the entire way. We must seek out the key players now to influence the process. At the same time, we need to recognize the unique challenges and opportunities facing NGOs and civil society organizations. These organizations often operate in difficult and complex environments where they may face significant obstacles to their work, may also be subject to scrutiny and criticism, both from governments and other stakeholders. Therefore, it is incumbent upon us to provide NGOs and civil society organizations with the resources and support they need to be effective partners in SDG implementation. This includes providing funding and capacity building support, as well as creating a supportive policy environment that encourages and enables NGOs and civil society to have more robust engagement with the multilateral system. Let me conclude with the following thought. Societies are deeply divided across the globe today, and it is hard to conceive of how a societal consensus can emerge around the sometimes difficult actions that need to be taken, from decarbonizing our economies to changing our high consumption lifestyles in the advanced and emerging countries, to redistributing wealth, income and opportunities for the benefit of those people who have been until now left behind. We need finance flows for SDGs, and we need deep institutional reforms. But our survival and prosperity depends on these fundamental changes. We need to come together in a spirit of caring, compassion and coordination to realize our dreams for the future we want. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nikhil. Nikhil was also our keynote speaker in April in the Vienna celebration of the 75th anniversary of CoNGO. And in the hearing of many people around the world, Nikhil, CoNGO expresses its thanks to you for your original and pivotal role in the drafting of the Sustainable Development Goals when you were still with the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs. Ladies and gentlemen, I now bring you live online Maher Nasser, the Director of the Outreach Division of the United Nations Department of Global Communications, with, I'm hoping and I'm sure, an important announcement as well. Maher, you have the screen.
Thank you, and congratulations to CoNGO,
unmute.
of course. I am unmuted, no?
All right.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, and congratulations to CoNGO. I wish to add my, of course, my own and that of the Department of Global Communications for the 75th anniversary of CoNGO. I think we have worked together in the past and will continue to work to ensure that civil society space in the organization is at the level that it needs to be. In terms of There were several references to the Summit of the Future that we are now having come out from the SDG Summit. We are now starting the preparations for the Summit of the Future, which is, as Nikhil Seth has mentioned, it's an opportunity for world leaders to come together to tackle the most urgent challenges and renew their commitments to multilateralism and international cooperation. And I think when we look at world leaders and the world as a whole, we see that the opening words of the Charter, we the peoples, need to bring in the people to the table and to the organization. And because the Summit of the Future is taking place in September of next year, we have initiated the process to organize a civil society conference in May next year that is going to be a stepping stone leading to the Summit of the Future. We held the first wide level consultation with multiple stakeholders in the civil society space, the major groups, other stakeholders, foundations, our partners who represent civil society organizations associated with the department, focal points in the UN system that work with civil society and others. The conference is planned to take place in Nairobi, at the UN office in Nairobi, on the 9th and 10th of May. We are engaging now in a process of consultations to work with civil society partners who will be leading the preparations. Our role is to actually just service and be the secretariat. We are now working with the Office of the President of the General Assembly to have a town hall with civil society for the President of the Civil Society of the General Assembly on the 12th of December, followed by a town hall that will be an opportunity to bring on board more the ideas and to kickstart the wider consultation process leading up to the conference in May. I know that CoNGO has been our partner in the past, and we look forward to engaging and keeping you as part of the preparations, but also seeing you, as many of you as possible, in Nairobi in May. Thank you.
Thank you, Maher, and thank you for the information about the upcoming World Conference of Civil Society in Nairobi. Later in the afternoon, we will also have Maher's colleague, Hawa Diallo, participate in a conversation around the world of civil society liaisons at the United Nations. So thank you to your team for the collaboration with civil society of both ECOSOC and associated statuses. That ends the portion of the greetings from our colleagues at the United Nations. It is now my honor to deliver to you my presidential remarks. And I would like to start my presidential remarks by paying homage to the previous presidents of CoNGO. Let's get that in. I'd like you to see, because in 1948, when we were born with the first presidency, which was the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. A Quaker by the name of Bertrand Piccard published the history of Congo, the history of Wifuna, the history of the International Red Crescent and Red Cross societies, and the same people conceived of these organizations, and they formed these organizations, including CoNGO. And the Carnegie Endowment for Peace, for International Peace, published this book in 1956. We're planning to publish another book to complete the 75 years. So we will be inviting you to contribute to the pages of the history of civil society and NGO work occasioned by the 75th anniversary of CoNGO. Scroll to the next page, make sure, yes. Edith Valentine on the upper left celebrates her 101st birthday this December 10, still lucid, still strong, and we're happy to have a successor of the Women's International League for Peace and Freedom, and the current president is here. Sylvie Jacqueline Ndongmo flew all the way from Douala, Cameroon. She is now, and Edith is a former president and secretary general of WILF. And so you have the many other presidents of CoNGO. Thank you for having been pillars of civil society leadership for the last 75 years. Of this, of course, the ones alive include Cyril Ritchie, the first vice president of CoNGO, Renata Bloom in Geneva, Afaf Mahfouz in Maryland, Bob Harris will be contributing to the book. He lives in Australia now. And Marek Hajmeyer, previously with Wifuna, who was a president of CoNGO, still lives in Budapest. So thank you to all, and of course, as I said, Edith Ballantyne. Before I start my presidential remarks, I'd like to make sure that you know there's linguistic interpretation. CoNGO, from the start of this year, in all of our thematic webinars, we brought you this event in English, in French, in Arabic, and in Spanish. So thank you to our volunteer interpreters who are helping us fulfill linguistic justice, linguistic inclusion, and linguistic diversity. Excellencies, United Nations officials, distinguished guests, and NGO colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, what a great day and year 2003 it is, made even more significant because you honored us with your presence and accompaniment. Today we commemorate the 75th anniversary of CoNGO, the Conference of Non-Governmental Organizations in Consultative Relationship with the United Nations in New York. The celebration is in New York. We did in April a celebration in Vienna. In May, we did a celebration in Bangkok on the side of the UN ESCAP. And in December, we will be celebrating the 75th anniversary in Geneva with a double celebration of the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and CoNGO, and possibly a triple 75th. So hang in there, wait for our announcement, because we are in conversation with the Office of the High Commissioner for the celebration. Along the way, all through the years from 1948 to 2023, many like you have trod with CoNGO on a path equally rough and smooth, but decidedly doing so to trailblaze the way for NGOs to have a place and voice in multilateral arenas. The United Nations was only 3 years old when CoNGO was born. I surmise that the UN and CoNGO grew up together in the same neighborhoods, where wars of colonialism and imperial conquest tested anyone's resolve, fledgling as they were, to imagine a world of peace and security, so that the scourge of war, indeed the ignominious legacies of slavery, colonialism, genocide, and racism, visit us no more. Not our imagination, certainly not our neighborhoods. UN and CoNGO grew up together in the same neighborhoods that tested our imagination of what it means to recognize and protect innate human worth and dignity with a regime of universal, indivisible, and interdependent human rights. By building up a pantheon of human rights, our collective resolve was to bequeath to every person in the neighborhood the protections necessary for people to be bearers of human rights and enjoy and flourish with these rights, and for nation states as duty bearers to build the architecture of protection needed for the flourishing of human life in dignity. And that even in the worst of times of warring territories and quarrelsome neighborhoods, that the right to life, to liberty, and the pursuit of happiness will not be derogated or diminished. The United Nations and CoNGO grew up together in the same neighborhoods that tested our imagination of progress, characterized by development that no longer plundered the earth and no longer compromised the enjoyment of our collective life as humanity. Never again should human dignity be otherwise than what it means to be people of innate worth. Protecting human dignity with human rights is the way to mobilize collective action and craft the collective voice and resolve to build the international regime for human rights and human dignity, security, and peace for sustainable development. I speak of neighborhoods because these places of familiarity, indeed of memory, make it impossible to live together without the genuine pursuit of friendly, just, peaceable, and democratic institutions and relations, be it among people, among nation states, or the institutions they have founded and have built. Neighborhoods bring us back to a more general understanding of our global challenges. Simultaneously, at the local and international arenas, we deal with the legacies of the past and the challenges of the present, not as all too distant territories and atomized communities, but as close neighbors and friends, evolving common public goods, such as food and freedom, jobs and justice, land and liberation, and securing this for everyone, with no one left behind in their pursuit. The multilateral enterprise must not be allowed to proceed as if it were about inanimate objects like nation states, rather than thinking, feeling, and acting humans, citizens or otherwise, including stateless peoples. And indeed, as if it were not about a living, breathing earth and a fragile ecology. The Sustainable Development Goals are genuinely about people and the planet, and we dare not abandon one and the other. The multilateral enterprise must bring us back to people and our true home, the planet Earth. The indigenous elders remind us that we do not and cannot own the land and the earth. For how could we hold and own that which far outlives us? Indeed, the earth is our present and future. Everyone and everything that dwells in it owes their existence to the children who own the future. We borrow the present from our future, and our future are the children. Future. I speak of the future because talk of future should not be in the singular. It should be in the plural, futures, because none of us has a privileged vista of that future. Here I recall the provenance of what we recite today as people-centered development, using the words of Federico Mayor as inscribed in his book, In Memory of the Future. Mayor says, and I quote, "We owe Mr. Mahbub ul Haq, then the former Minister of Industry of Pakistan, who came up with the concept and published in a report submitted to the United Nations Development Program in 1992. This term originally referred to as development, he says, which ensures both economic growth and equitable distribution of their growth, which sets out to satisfy the basic needs of individuals and the whole range of human aspirations, which aims at creating economic opportunities wherever there is scope for individual talents, which attaches as much importance to the agonizing choices of the North as to the misfortunes of the South. and which takes, he concludes, into account a whole set of parameters enabling well-being to be measured more accurately in terms of education, democracy, justice, and solidarity, unquote. It may be worth reflecting, ladies and gentlemen, on the above and seeing where we have been, where we are going, what needs to be done, and by whom, as I urge us to revisit the Brundtland Commission's Our Common Future. Hang in there, because there's another Our Common something. But recall for now Our Common Future by the Brundtland Commission. I ask of us, might it be that we have compromised the future of people and the planet more than we admit, and that we have delayed the future's flourishing? That is, the flourishing of the people and the planet in the way Mr. Antonio Guterres' Our Common Agenda brings us back to the drawing board and calls us to reboot multilateralism as we know it. That is, revisit, reinscribe, and redraw our aspirations again to achieve a responsive, accountable, and relevant multilateralism where we, the peoples, and the planet truly matter in a globally interconnected world. Might it be also that our singular formulation of a future, rather than the plural formulation of futures, has the potential to exclude other vistas in the many locales where the yearning for justice and peace are aching to be heard, counted and included in the primary texts of intergovernmental negotiated texts, rather than simply footnotes to intergovernmentally negotiated texts. For sure, what we have is a diversity of vistas, so that what is called by the UN Secretary General as our common agenda can only be as good as when we commit to a fuller and intentional widening of the sources of those vistas, indeed proposals for what makes justice and peace common and viable in our daily lives, rather than momentary advocacies and campaigns whenever they are threatened by wars, as they are today. CoNGO's 75th anniversary theme is defining the present, shaping the future, making the change now. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is a 21-year theme already, so that CoNGO has been discussing about defining the present, shaping the future. What is new in its 75th anniversary is an addition of the last phrase, making the change now. In its 75 years, CoNGO has contributed to identifying the issues that matter to people and the planet, contributing the definition of the present challenges in our world today, and then imagining with the people and their governments and their civic institutions how the future might be had we acted in a way that is more just, more peaceable, more democratic, more friendly at its basis, more suitable than more sustainable than our inherited past. This theme forges us into the crucible of the present and into the urgency of acting now and committing ourselves to be the agents of change and transformation. My NGO colleagues would have heard me say repeatedly that there should be no proxying the work for peace and security, no proxying the work for human dignity and human rights, no proxying the work for progress and sustainable development, the very pillars of the UN and the multilateral agenda. We must embrace this work together, not the least the collectivity that my colleagues of more than 600 NGOs that comprise CoNGO and the mass of civil society. In other words, also, both the UN and civil society formations must make available the platforms in which the voice and agency of the people and the integrity of a living, breathing planet are presenced in multilateral discussions and negotiations, not via their proxies, but via themselves, who can articulate their present, dream their future, and participate as primary players in achieving such dreams. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, today, CoNGO is a solid and visible presence at the United Nations, thanks to the power of doing and acting as co-NGOs. We are co-NGOs in the many work that we need to do. Like governments, nothing can be done better to address the global challenges the people and the planet face except doing it collectively. CoNGO is uniquely placed in the family of NGOs in that it puts primacy to access to the UN and representation at multilateral discussions. For me, this means access to the premises and to the promises of the United Nations. It is access not only to the physical premises, but access to the substantive promises, to the substantive agenda of the United Nations. It is not enough that we are given access to the doors of the multilateral institutions. It is much more important that we can participate in the substantive agenda of the United Nations. That, I think, was an earth-shaking statement, or that I'm being warned that I go no more on that line. If our audience online would kindly excuse me, I have to pick up my text. When we get you the final edited version, which is always requested by people who join us online, that part will be cleanly edited. So look forward to that final version. Let me continue, ladies and gentlemen. What I meant by access to the physical premises and access to the substantive promises of the UN means that we must ensure that we, the peoples, in our collective mass as civil society representative organized as NGOs, find a secure place in the premises of the UN for our aspirations, for us to contribute our expertise, and join in policy making that genuinely honors a broader expanse of democratic practice. Such will not happen if we allow the further shrinking of the public space, the subversion of democratic discourse, and the arrest of civic activists and human rights defenders because they are making this to be true. The last panel today will focus precisely on the threats that the civic space face and how democratic discourse is imperiled and endangered. CoNGO, and like you, our colleagues in civil society, is about premises, but also promises. Premises and NGO access to them are central to the advocacy of CoNGO. But access to the premises leads to nothing unless we as NGOs also have access to the promises of the UN. That needs underscoring. Access to the premises and promises of the UN must be a component of multilateralism 2.0. This would mean not just a reboot from the same multilateral architecture, but a reboot and a rewire so that the NGO wire is internal to the architecture rather than external to it. This is why segment 2 of our event today, which will be chaired by our first Vice President, is both a celebration of the relation between the UN and NGOs as much as an honest stock-taking of where the blockages are, which, when left unattended, will not produce the widest breadth of sign-on to the global agenda and to the common public goods like the SDGs that we long to be fully implemented. In closing, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to honor and express my deep appreciation to all of you, because you are CoNGO. You are co-NGOs working together on these many issues. Without you at the UN, and this is my tribute to our UN friends across the street, in many places around the world, in Vienna, in Geneva, in Bangkok, in Addis Ababa, in Beirut, and the many other UN centers of the world. Thank you for laboring with us, civil society colleagues, in making civil society and UN relations work for the betterment and for the achievement of the common goals we share. Without you at the UN abiding with us, and without you, our dedicated NGO activists around the world, it would have been impossible to do the task we intentionally burdened ourselves with. The least access, as I said, to the premises and the promises of the UN. There was a story of a group of people who missed the centennial of their organization, the 100th year of their organization. I used this in my closing in Vienna. So they apologized to their president, who admonished them and said, thanks for your apology for being late in attending the centennial celebration. Make sure you will not be late in the next centennial. I may not see you at CoNGO's centennial in 2048. Still, I would like to think that there will be those at that centennial who will look back and say, well done, CoNGO. Well done, NGOs. Well done, civil society. Well done, United Nations. The premises of the UN, even in 2048 and beyond, remain open to you, civil society. Its promises have been fulfilled thanks to your continued engagement and collaboration for a greater UN, for greater justice, for greater peace, greater equity and equality, and greater representative democracy. In the words of the author of the book, the greater United Nations. Thank you very much for your indulgence. And to end your boredom for such a long speech, may I now bring you, ladies and gentlemen, courtesy of Staff United, one of our most active benefactor of CoNGO and a member of CoNGO, I bring to you the world-class performance of the New Asia Chamber Music Society. Ladies and gentlemen, Ladies and gentlemen, the New Asia Chamber Music Society. With another piece, and then we go to segment number 3. Oh, that was the segment for this. Okay. Now, let me say a few words about the Chamber Music Society. The New Asia Music Chamber Society is committed to bringing audiences exceptional performance of the chamber music repertoire drawn from the canon of Western music as well as contemporary Asian culture. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to know that your musicians, our musicians, are graduates of Gilliard and Curtis Institute. And they have won major international music awards individually and as a group. And I want to express our collective thanks for making our celebration alive I don't have the literary words, but simply enthralled as much with music and culture as we delve with many issues that are vexing our imagination in the world today. So let me now empanel thank you, and then they will perform 2 more interludes. Let me now empanel the segment 2 of our meeting today, and may I now call on Mr. Cyril Ritchie, the first Vice President of CoNGO, to moderate panel of segment 2.
Zara Ivy Cook and Anita Thomas to come to the table, please. Yes, we've lost a table, so we have to crowd. Ivy, come to the end. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the segment that specifically relates to our theme, UN-NGO relations. And I am going to give some reflections on the history of relationships between international non-governmental organizations and the United Nations. 78 years after the founding of the United Nations organization, non-governmental organizations, NGOs henceforth, have become major players on the international scene. Their steady, sometimes impetuous emergence during past decades has been a striking global phenomenon. NGOs, now most often referred to as the heart of civil society, have become a significant third force in international dialogue and action, paralleling, though not yet equaling, the expanding role of intergovernmental organizations in the political and social spheres and the globalization of business in the economic sphere. Almost 30 years ago, a UN Secretary General said, I quote, "NGOs are an essential part of the legitimacy without which no international activity can be meaningful." And his successor, as UN Secretary General, said, "The United Nations is keenly aware that if the global agenda is to be properly addressed, a partnership with civil society is not an option, it is a necessity." What does all this mean in practice
as new world problems have emerged and long-standing problems have often worsened. It is manifest that the United Nations system, all 50+ agencies, secretariats, programs, departments, commissions, entities, forums, the UN system should be the prime location for intelligent, knowledge-based, rational, and future-oriented intergovernmental debate and decision-making to respond to, and where possible resolve, the complex issues and needs of our interconnected, interdependent planet. Competent and responsible NGO and CSO input to intergovernmental debate and decision-making is a major factor in enhancing competent and responsible government output. This affirmation has manifestly not yet been recognized by all the governments that constitute the decision makers of the intergovernmental constellation. Yet it was a president of the UN General Assembly who stated, quote, "I ask NGOs to concentrate on what you do best, namely galvanizing governments to take the actions that they ought to be taking but will not without public pressure." Very true. The strength and relevance of NGOs and CSOs derive from their extraordinary diversity. They are the frontline soldiers in both advocacy and cooperation with the United Nations system. NGOs and CSOs cover innumerable concerns: sustainable development, migration, indigenous peoples, aging, status of women, disarmament and peace, freedom of association and assembly, racial justice, promotion of democracy, human rights, financing for development, mental health, the family, narcotic drugs, landmines, culture, volunteerism, and many more. Many NGOs are currently deeply engaged in promoting and implementing the Sustainable Development Goals and the 2030 Agenda, these being a challenging roadmap to the future adopted by governments with genuine input from civil society, yet still broadly below meeting the set targets. They will not be achieved without further advances in partnerships between governments and civil society, national and international. So, are we advancing? Yes and no. The UN Charter in Article 71 established the mandate for the creation of the Economic and Social Council, creation by the Economic and Social Council, ECOSOC, of consultative status for NGOs. ECOSOC has over the decades passed 3 resolutions setting out the conditions and obligations of consultative status. The most recent is 1996/31, currently still valid. One of its most significant emphases was to widen the opportunities for national NGOs to obtain consultative status. It is often considered, both by governments and NGOs, that 1996/31 is a rule book for NGOs to relate to the UN. But 1996/31 contains obligations and requirements for both parties. And since an ECOSOC resolution is a decision made by governments, governments are required to abide by its requirements, most particularly those that concern facilitating access to UN conferences and premises. Major UN conferences over the years have been a significant vehicle for expanding NGO interaction with governments. Many NGOs without previous connection to the UN were attracted in large numbers to the UN Conference on the Human Environment, Stockholm 1972. The Stockholm NGO Forum and NGO Daily newspaper augmented public scrutiny of governmental decision-making and set a pattern for most of the subsequent major conferences on population, food, women, habitat, science and technology, social development, nutrition, and on the information society. At the successive UN World Women's Conferences, thousands of NGOs, mostly women's organizations, but by no means exclusively so, came to manifest their determination that the conferences would lead to meaningful and lasting progress in establishing women's rightful roles and responsibilities. The displays of woman power were not lost on the governmental delegations. One can also not overlook the World Conference on Education for All, Jomtien, Thailand, 1990. This was not a diplomatic assembly, but an event co-sponsored by 4 institutions, UNDP, UNESCO, UNICEF, and the World Bank. In this conference, representatives of multilateral institutions, governments, and NGOs were of co-equal status. Each constituency participated fully in the conference debates and in drafting the conference declaration. Is this not a model for emulation? A further breakthrough in openness occurred with the 1992 Rio UN Conference on Environment and Development. To a degree far higher than ever before, the involvement of NGOs was actively sought by the UN organizers. The traditional boundaries of the established consultative process, including screening criteria, were essentially ignored. And hundreds of NGOs there also, not previously associated with the UN, were encouraged to make their voices heard. In turn, the NGO role in implementing the outcome of the conference was given important emphasis in the agenda adopted at Rio. And it was in the follow-up period that the then UN Secretary General, when addressing NGOs at the UN in 1994, stated, quote, "I want you to consider this your home. Until recently, these words might have caused astonishment. The United Nations was considered to be a forum for sovereign states alone. Within the space of a few short years, this attitude has changed. Non-governmental organizations are now considered full participants in international life." One interesting other consequence of the 1992 Rio Conference was the creation of 9 major groups, 8 of which are diverse segments of civil society. They obtained direct access to the then UN Commission on Sustainable Development, and when this was later replaced by the High-Level Political Forum, the mechanism was expanded to be, quote, "major groups and other stakeholders," also always written as MGOS, of which there are now more than 20. The MGOS have benefited from exceptionally close support from the relevant UN department, which in effect expands civil society access to all aspects of a highly significant UN activity. This too is a model for emulation. Of course, the MGOS do not have screening procedures for their membership, as distinct from the lengthy, detailed, and occasionally inexplicable screening procedures of the ECOSOC Committee on NGOs. UN-NGO relations are, of course, very varied. Some examples. Firstly, NGOs can provide expert knowledge and advice both to the decision-making bodies of the UN and to the Secretariat, that prepares and implements UN decisions. Secondly, NGOs can present to the UN the views of important constituencies whose voices may not be adequately represented by national delegations, but whose views are valuable to informed decision-making and decision implementation. Thirdly, NGOs can be major channels for dissemination of UN-related information, helping to fill the knowledge gap left by the inadequate coverage given by media to UN activities. And fourthly, NGOs can build support for UN programs by carrying out educational activities directed to the wider public. UN days are one opportunity, or also by raising funds, for example, directly for UNICEF or the UN High Commissioner for Refugees. And fifthly, in this litany, it is well established that close cooperation in the field is vital to several UN agencies in carrying out their missions. One need only think of the World Food Programme, the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, UNICEF, the UN Environment Programme, UN Women, or UNESCO. Apart from ECOSOC's central role in the consultative process, many UN entities and centres have their own consultative mechanism or liaison office. There have been times in history when the UN centrally has had an official or an internal committee to bring together all these offices concerned with UN affairs. While carefully and selectively preserving the special links which individual UN bodies may maintain with NGOs in their special fields of competence, CoNGO would encourage the recreation of a permanent central point to monitor and foster UN-NGO relationships. Such a focal point would need to be adequately resourced and could be charged with expanding the scope of interaction, for example, via hearings, advisory committees, and joint working groups. A suitably high-level central UN focal point could also be beneficial in working with those governments that do not yet acknowledge the benefits of strengthened UN-NGO relations, and even in overcoming some of the measures adopted by authoritarian governments that restrict or hamper legitimate NGO activity, whether nationally or internationally. Much more could be said. The statement, which I'm now terminating, reflects scarcely a third of the material and knowledge available on the subject. But it is now the moment to turn to some of the major actors in the field of UN-NGO relations, namely, in the first case, to leaders of NGO substantive committees and NGOs, and secondly, to the UN's NGO, to the UN's own officers who liaise year-round with NGOs. Their perspective will bring much light to the topic and give us pointers for future progress. I call first on Ivy Cook, co-chair of the New York Committee on the Status of Women. Ivy, you have the floor.
So hello, and thank you for having me here, and especially, yes, as the co-chair of the NGO Committee on the Status of Women in New York. And well, I'm first, so I have no idea what the rest of them are gonna, how they're going to answer the questions that were posed. So we'll see where this goes. But I'm trying to keep my remarks not too long because I heard that there might be Q&A. Is that right? If possible. Okay. So I did jot some thoughts down, and so what I understand the question to be is what have been the successes and the challenges, and I'm trying to answer this like together rather than separate, and because with every good there seems to be, and so of course the first thing, should I back up and share about the committee? No, everybody knows. So the NGO Committee on the Status of Women. Does everybody know what the committee's about? So I don't have to explain. I think it's in the title. But we follow, our mandate is to follow the Commission on the Status of Women. That takes place in March every year in recent years. So one of the things that we hear often is that civil society space is shrinking at the UN and globally. And definitely that's the case with the topic that we deal with, which is the human rights of women and girls. But it's very interesting because COVID-19 really presented an opportunity for us. Of course, it was a huge challenge because if you recall here at headquarters, the first large gathering that was canceled due to COVID was CSW, was the Commission on the Status of Women. It was literally, I think, about a week before. And they said, we are scaling back, and it's going to be, I think it ended up being a half-day session. And it was definitely just member states, and we were there to observe. However, because of that challenge, we moved virtually, and then in that virtual space, we were then opening it up to our global audience. And so although the NGO committee, this is a New York-based committee, it became a global conversation. And so that was actually a great opportunity for us, and we are engaging, I think the listserv is about 50,000 people, and we regularly get 300 or so people to our monthly meetings online. And so the UN system consists of people. So we find that what works is, of course, we have to build relationships. And so that's within the UN system and with member states. And we have to get creative on how we make those connections. So there's lots of potential there, but we need some creativity to get there. And there are definitely limitations, even engaging within the CSW. I'm going to be specific to that because that's what we do. And we cannot join the negotiations. And we cannot even be observers to the negotiations. In some spaces, that is possible, but we are not. However, the committee has been building a relationship and consistently working with the Bureau so that eventually we can start opening that up. So that is definitely a challenge, but we're working with it. Coalition building, I think Anita might mention this, but definitely among the NGO substantive committees, we have started to collaborate more together, and I think that gives us a louder voice as NGOs within the UN system, so maybe they'll listen more. And then, the limitations to the UN, despite its great potential. Again, women's rights especially are challenged globally. We know that. We feel very helpless at times, even though we're working so hard as activists and advocates at the UN. We definitely see a leadership crisis globally. But the SG, the Secretary General, has made efforts with gender parity. He had an independent review on the gender mechanisms of the UN system. And so these are efforts, right, that we hope will definitely lead to change. And women ambassadors, so leadership, even that, I think it stands at 51 around here in New York. We would definitely like those numbers to increase. And what and who needs to change when and how. This was also presented to us about what we're supposed to say. So I think the leadership, like people with decision-making power, to be bold and to be courageous, to really lead. And what I mean by that is not, maybe I'm idealistic. I feel like UN is an idealistic place. And I mean, we're going for a utopia, right? But I feel like I've been noticing this like tendency to be self-serving, and I guess this might be a tendency, to do something just because it's my job, and that's it. I'm gonna clock in 9 to 5 kind of. And so I feel like, we really need true leaders within the UN system and, among member states. And because I feel like, the women of the world particularly are counting on us. So that I'll leave at that because, there's so many other things I could say with this question, but I think that that's really the core because, again, we're coming back to we the people. We the people also lead the UN and lead countries. So let's start with ourselves.
Thank you, Ivy, for your substantive contribution. I now give the floor to Margot Lazaro, President of the New York Committee on Sustainable Development.
Thank you so much, Levy and Cyril, for inviting us to join you today. So we are the NGO Committee on Sustainable Development in New York. We are a 501c3 not-for-profit organization at this point. We have both consultative status with, we have a status with Economic and Social Affairs, and we also have official status with the Department of Global Communications. And we felt it was important to really make sure that we as civil society had our voices heard, and we were taken quite seriously when we had our meetings with different stakeholders, especially within the UN system. So what works? What worked? What didn't? For us, the pandemic was quite a challenge, but we continued doing what we had been doing before, and that was with great force. We decided we were going to really bring in the UN to our computers, and they were and with us. We brought them to us. We had ambassadors. We had UN officials coming, and we invited people from outside of our communities globally to be with us. So what we decided was to take lemons and make lemonade. And so now, with our organization, we have people from Kenya, Nigeria. We just have a youth rep to join us from Zambia. She's an amazing human being. And we're proud to have her. But we actually took that and expanded out from the New York location. We wanted to go global. And I realized that as NGOs, we need to think global if we're going to be in the UN. And so that's what we did. We brought in stakeholders. We brought in private sector. We included them, because we needed them to hear what we're about, what we're focused on, what this agenda is, so they could get invested in helping to support the solutions. You can't have ideas without also having some resources to perhaps see those solutions come to fruition. So we are engaged with different organizations within the UN, different agencies. UN Women is one we've engaged with on occasion. We do very heavily involved with Department of Global Communications. UN Habitat is one we're very strongly engaged with. We were invited in some years ago by the New York director to form a Habitat Civil Society Working Group, and the first meeting was in the Secretariat. But we kept with that, and then thanks to Cyril being invited to become part of the NGO Major Group, I saw the need for us as being a part of that to also include an urban cluster. So in 2018, we formed the urban cluster, and we have been proactively involved in that, just to make sure we could have the urban agenda addressed in every one of the HLPFs. We produce position papers and so forth every year. And so we engage with Habitat in New York and also in Nairobi. But back to the pandemic helped us to really broaden out our reach, as even though we're the NGO Committee on Sustainable Development in New York, we are now global more so than ever. And I'm so proud of the team we have. I mean, we have people from the Caribbean with us. They're part of our executive board, and We have colleagues in Israel. We had a meeting with one of our colleagues in Tel Aviv about a week ago, talking about what it really means to be there and in the middle of it. So we want to really look at what's going on. We want to challenge ourselves, and we did that during the pandemic, and it was just it kept us all going. Now the new challenges is coming into being a person, and we want to include everyone. The one thing we really realize is we do not want to lose any of the people we have brought to us during the pandemic. As far as from around the world, working with the UN agencies and so forth, we always ask, how can we help? What can we do to help? And, it grows organically in the process. It happened organically with UN Habitat. It happens even organically with, I would say, Department of Global Communications. But it's just being there and seeing what we can do to be a part of that. We also we're part of the NGO Major Group. We're also part of the Coalition for the UN We Need. And leading the charge to go toward a CSO conference, which will be taking place, as Mahanasa mentioned, on May 9th and 10th in Nairobi. So it's just always looking to work in partnership with everyone. And one of the things that we have, which is turn your passions into actions for change, came to us because we had a woman who stopped fracking in New York State coming to meet with us in June of 2014. And that was just something that we thought of, and everyone said we should keep it. So we're passionate about believing in the Sustainable Development Goals, in sustainable development, the whole team, across the board. We now include in the cluster with all of our meetings. It's just, I'm so happy. And what we've now formed with us is we're going to work together more, right? And we just really feel it's important, because you've inspired us, to really join together and to see how we can be part of that SDG 17 partnership, combination. The challenges and our limitations that we have are really having the resources to do all of this, and that's what we're all trying to do, I think, because there's also the fundraising aspect of it. But we want to make sure that we are there. Multilateralism and CSOs go hand in hand. For multilateralism to happen, CSOs need to be in the mix. They are in the mix. That is how getting on the ground and making sure people feel that they are included. I really want to say, for me right now, what I'm saying, I feel like I want to dedicate to the spirit of Eleanor Roosevelt, because when she came here, and she was appointed by Harry Truman as a representative, as a CSO representative here, she actually knew it was important for the UN to be inclusive. So one of the things that we're dedicated to is making sure with our team that we're inclusive of everyone. I was invited into the UN by the UN Environment Program, and a year later, I was invited to be an NGO by a group which I still represent, which is Global Family. I'm proud of this. I left a whole other career behind to become part of this, and really, this is really important with the work that we're doing. But find out what other people need, listen, and be open to what can come. And the challenges are just opportunities to do better, I feel. Thank you.
Thank you, Margot, for your substantive contribution. The next is an online, and if our excellent communications team could bring up Anne Lindsay. Anne Lindsay is Vice Chair of the Geneva NGO Committee on Aging.
Hello? Hello, Cyril? Seem to have lost you.
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Well, first of all, I'd like to say congratulations to everyone, to President, Vice Presidents, and all CoNGO board members. And I think this is a wonderful occasion. And having been a member of CoNGO and involved in CoNGO activities at the UN in Geneva since 2001, I think I have quite a lot of evidence on which to base what I say. Listening to what Ivy said, I very quickly decided to outline my challenges and successes in a slightly different way than I had originally planned. But I mean, what I would say over the 20 years that I've been involved at the UN and represented at the UN in Geneva, historically, there have been, I think, three major challenges, all of which have become successes with the support of members of CoNGO. The first one was in the early days, 2001, 2002, when HIV/AIDS was a huge challenge. We worked. The Committee on the Status of Women and the Committee on Aging worked very closely together to overcome that challenge. Just a minute, just adjusting something. The second historical challenge was, I believe, the Madrid Assembly, the Second World Assembly on Aging, where the Committee on Aging in Geneva worked to achieve an outcome which was very positive and is now being worked on and reworked in the open-ended working group in New York. The third challenge was with the NCDs, and I think particularly the Committee on the Status of Women in Geneva worked with the World Health Organization and also worked on the right to health with the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. And we had, with the Committee on Mental Health in New York, we had a major impact on and a major influence on the inclusion of mental health and well-being in SDG 3.4. That's something of which I, as a mental health professional, am very proud. And I think we must write a history after this, because these successes are not well enough documented. Now, in the present, and I think I would like to just say what I think the challenges are now, and I think we have three major ones, and I would love to hear something from the audience on their ideas about what we might do. As you all know, of course, we're still working on aging, and we're pushing for a convention, a legally binding instrument to protect and promote the rights of older persons. This became completely evident to me during and after the pandemic, and that's one of the reasons why I've taken on the task of the vice chair of the CoNGO Committee on Aging here in Geneva. The other challenge, which is perhaps easier, the second one is easier than the third, is the digital challenge. And in Geneva, we're well placed, as Cyril knows, to work with the World Summit on the Information Society ongoing processes to help particularly provide women with more digital expertise and technology. And of course, the third one is climate change, which, if we don't all address together, as our Secretary General says, the world is burning. And we have the World Meteorological Organization in Geneva, so let's all work together. And I am so pleased and delighted to hear from all of you tonight. And I hope we can keep on talking. And as I think the last speaker said, I think resources are the main challenge in dealing with all these substantive issues. Thank you very much. And 75 more happy years, I hope. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Anne, for your substantive contribution. I now give the floor to Anita Thomas, Chair of the New York Committee on Financing for Development.
It's a beautiful day, a beautiful venue. What a perfect way to celebrate CoNGO's 75th anniversary. My hearty congratulations to CoNGO for staying the course, staying true to its mandate, and being the voice of reason on behalf of NGOs for 75 years. Wishing you another 75 years of success. Thank you, Levy and Cyril, for inviting me to be part of this important day in CoNGO's life, and for the opportunity to contribute to a topic that was relevant in 1948 with 45 NGOs or so in consultative status, and even more now with 6,994 NGOs in consultative status. Cyril posed two questions to me. to respond to in my presentation today. It's a bit different from the topic for others, possibly because I had a longer history with CoNGO prior to me becoming the chair of the NGO committee on FFD. First question that was posed to me was, what have I learned over my years of NGO ground level and policy level experience, both prior to and within the NGO committee on FFD? Speaking to this question, I will respond from the perspective of my experience with two organizations that have greatly shaped my expertise as an NGO representative to the UN, and then I will share the NGO's on FFD perspective. My journey at the UN began when I started representing the World Association of Girl Guides and Girl Scouts, WAGS, at the UN in the year 2000. It was a time of great excitement for me as a newly minted NGO representative at the UN, stepping on the UN grounds for the very first time. Having grown up in India, Girl Scouting was an integral part of my childhood days, and then come full circle and represent the very same organization at the UN to influence global policy decisions impacting girls was a surreal experience for me. But all this enchantment was soon replaced by constant confusion as I tried to decipher the myriad of UN acronyms and policy discussions and got lost in the corridors on a regular basis in my run between meetings. I was fortunate that WAGS took its ECOSOC accreditation very seriously and provided the necessary training to prepare all its UN representatives globally on a regular basis to be effective advocates, navigate the complex UN system, and engage effectively in NGO groupings, such as the substantive committees of CoNGO, to advance WAGS's priority issue goals. I share this to highlight the importance of building the capacity of NGO representatives to be effective advocates at the UN, not only on their organizational priorities, but how best to navigate the complex UN system efficiently. A big part of NGO learning on UN matters, especially for NGOs that may not have the resources to establish an office across the street from the UN, also comes from sharing in informal settings. However, such informal settings accessible to NGOs around the UN are scarce now. I felt it was easier in the earlier days for NGOs to learn from each other, as we had easy access to venues around the UN for informal discussions, such as the UNICEF cafeteria, Free Church Center for meeting rooms or CoNGO committees, and UN's main cafeteria on the first floor, and DGC, then DPI NGO spaces. But this is not the case anymore, and there is major space constraints for NGOs. The second part that framed my in-depth understanding of UN processes and NGO engagement at the UN came from my time as a staff person at CoNGO for over 10 years at its New York office, when I was directly involved with facilitating access of CoNGO members to the UN. Here I witnessed firsthand the important role that CoNGO committees play in providing a safe space for both large and small NGOs to come together, learn from each other, deliberate and collaborate to influence policy. From my personal experience, having engaged in CoNGO-related processes for more than 20 years, I can say confidently that CoNGO's role in building the capacity of countless NGOs to engage effectively at the UN, especially through its substantive committees, continues to be crucial. Mechanisms such as major groups provide an organized platform to prepare for and contribute, as Cyril mentioned, in unified voice on a substantive issue, to ECOSOC meetings such as HLPF. But CoNGO committees provide a space for interested NGOs to deep dive into specific issues and gain subject matter expertise through sharing and learning throughout the year. With that, I will transition to the NGO Committee on FFD. It was a full circle for me when I began representing Women First International Fund, a member of CoNGO, and became the NGO Committee on FFD's chair, because I was directly involved with the process of establishment of this committee in 2004, when a group of 20 ECOSOC accredited NGOs submitted their application to the CoNGO board to form the committee. The committee's mission is to end poverty and hunger and to achieve sustainable development in its three dimensions, through promoting inclusive economic growth, protecting the environment, and promoting social inclusion, as outlined in the Addis Ababa Action Agenda and the Monterey Consensus. The NGO Committee offers a venue for both new and established non-governmental organizations to advocate to further the commitments at the Monterey Consensus, the Doha Declaration, and the Addis Ababa Action Agenda. The committee was formed by faith-based NGOs, and it continues to be an effective advocate on FFD matters for close to 20 years now. It was effective then, it is even more effective now. I say even more effective because the committee has transformed with the times, reinvented itself on many occasions in our efforts to function with intentionality. For instance, we transitioned easily to a virtual meeting format during COVID after having met only in person for over 20 years. Our monthly meetings have educational sessions conducted not only by UN staff, but by our own members. We work through our working groups to organize side events and draft written feedback to the outline of the annual Interagency Task Force on Financing for Development report. The task force, the UN task force comprising of 56 UN agencies, takes stock of progress and implementation of the Addis Ababa Action Agenda through the 7 pillars. We take this very seriously when we write these feedback to the outline when it gets published. It's going to get published early next week. We will start our work because we feel if there is an opportunity to write, we should write. I have learned the importance of ensuring we have to have a strategic plan for a committee and SMART goals against which we can measure success at the end of the year. I've learned to navigate the system even more as a chair, more than ever, to institute new processes such as annual consultation with UN member states, to have ambassadorial presence so that we can share our concerns directly in a Chatham House setting in preparation for the FFD forum, and to continue to nurture and maintain a strong relationship with the UN Financing for Sustainable Development Office. FFD can be technical at the macro level, but at the micro level, it's all about ensuring the financial commitments made at the global level translates effectively to the ground. So as many of the committee members many of our members provide direct services on the ground, we also need to ensure we look at FFD from a holistic perspective. In that, how effectively are global policy decisions on finance translating to the ground and getting implemented? In all this, we see direct engagement with UN member states and UN agencies and collaborating across aisles and outside our silos with like-minded NGO committees that function effectively and efficiently. That is very important for us, effectively and efficiently, because that's what we aspire for. So we do this through our collaboration with 5 NGO committees that Ivy had mentioned, the NGO Committee on the Status of Women, NGO Committee on Migration, NGO Committee to Stop Trafficking in Persons, NGO Committee on Social Development, and ourselves. We collaborate to advance the ratification of ILO Convention 190, which is addressing violence and harassment in the world of work. Violence and harassment in the world of work. It's not an FFD topic, but the impact of violence and harassment in the world of work impacts the work that we do, and it impacts the work of all the 5 committees. So we come together really to advocate for ratification of ILO C-190. Margot mentioned the second initiative that we are having, where committees have come together to organize an event on December 16th for International Human Rights Day, where we are coming together to organize an event. It's important to work across silos, across aisles and outside our silos. Otherwise, we cannot get this action done across the street. In response to the second question on how I would wish to see matters progress, I share the following key recommendations. Transparency in NGO access to the UN is key to ensure all the important perspectives are heard at the UN. I simply don't mean gaining physical access, but transparency and inclusivity in the way NGOs get to participate in UN meetings and get selected to make interventions. I say this after having witnessed rows and rows of seats allocated for NGOs for the SDG Summit and the high-level dialogue on financing for development remaining vacant. But they were not filled. We struggled to get access, but these seats are remaining vacant. And many times, the same group of NGOs get to speak at the UN when we don't hear voices from the ground. What can we do to change this? I think CoNGO can do a lot to change this, and we are looking forward to collaborating with CoNGO to advance this. A second recommendation would be for hybrid meetings to come back, where voices from the ground can be heard at the UN. Now, it can only be done in person. That means only a certain segment of NGOs who have access to come to New York, buy a ticket to be here, get visas, can share their voices. NGOs from the ground cannot share their voices at the UN. Hybrid really provides this facility, and I really would hope that this comes back into effect. Even for the NGO Committee on FFD, with the direct connection to UN agency, it becomes a struggle many times for us to nominate people to make interventions at the UN. But when self-organization is managed by global CSO mechanisms, which is not so transparent or self-organized as it is portrayed to be, it is challenging at times. We serve on such a global mechanism. We serve on the coordinating group of this mechanism. And we constantly raise questions and leverage of the close relationship we have with the UN FSDO to make sure our voices are heard. But we have to keep trying. NGOs cannot be complacent. We have to keep pushing. A second recommendation would be for DESA to organize more capacity building sessions for newly accredited NGOs, and also for CoNGO to tap into resources developed by its large NGOs such as WAGs, which have gone into so many extensive sessions to develop UN access processes, to provide such training to NGOs at free of cost. A third recommendation is NGOs, once accredited, have a responsibility to use the access effectively to provide concrete feedback when requested by the UN. Accreditation in name alone does not serve the purpose for an inclusive, equitable, and sustainable future for all. And I think this is my last recommendation, would be with regard to CoNGO Committee. They are the lifeblood of NGO advocacy for many organizations focusing on one of the substantive issues for which there is a committee. All efforts must be taken to ensure all committees function effectively and efficiently and not in name alone. A quote by Secretary General Antonio Guterres, which I read on DESA website, the NGO section's website, really, I think, summarizes pretty much of what NGOs, civil societies have, how they have to be engaged at the UN. Civil society organizations, the begin quote, civil society organizations like governments and people. They are vital voices for human rights. When civil society is muzzled, we lose an essential forum for dialogue and we lose the lifeblood of democracy. That is why I advocate at every possible opportunity for the protection and expansion of civic space, end quote. CoNGO has a key role to play to ensure the UN lives up to its commitment to ensure the role of civil society organizations remain relevant and the access remains protected so as not to undermine the lifeblood of democracy. I wish you the very best. Thank you.
Thank you, Anita, for your substantive contribution. I turn now to the communications team again, and I open for an online or video message from Uwem Robert Otu, the newly elected president of the Global NGO Executive Committee associated with the UN Department of Global Communications.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me very well. Congratulations to CoNGO on this wonderful anniversary, and it's a great pleasure to be here. I want to thank Levi, and I want to thank former President Fanny Monlin. I've seen her name on the list. She's a great inspiration to us. Now, the Global NGO Executive Committee was formerly called NGO DPI. DPI meaning Department of Public Information, now Department of Global Communication. And so we were founded in 1962, and our mainstay is with the Department of Global Communication. GNEC, as we fondly call ourselves, is an association of about 1,500 NGOs. And it's very important to state that most of our NGOs also have ECOSOC status. That means, and some of the ECOSOC CoNGO members also have DGC status and are members of GNEC. So the reinvention of this relationship is very, very crucial and important to us. Earlier on today, I was at a venue at a meeting with Levi, the president of CoNGO, and we're talking about the upcoming civil society conference in Nairobi, Kenya in 2024. And so it's very, very important that we as NGOs forge a common ground and work together. Because what we tend to notice is there's a lot of competition in this space, and the civic space is hotly heated now, and there are lots of partners, a lot of organizations working. But it's important that we come together and identify great areas where we can harness our resources to fight. One of such areas which I think we need to pay a lot of attention to is on migration. It's so sad to see thousands of talented young people risk their lives on the sea, most of them dead. And we often ask ourselves, the solution to this challenge lies with us as civil society. We need to do a lot of advocacy. We need to create indigenous paths to educate these young people that most times going overseas is not a solution. There's no magic band that when you travel overseas, you're going to be successful. And so we're carrying out a message. We just launched what we call the CAA mission, which is an alternative mission to migration. And our idea is that we're trying to see how we can bring a lot of investments back to these countries, investment in agriculture, investment in education, so that these young people have an alternative and can develop themselves meaningfully. And so I would want all of us to come together in this regard. In fact, in 2 weeks' time, we're going to 6 countries across Africa, and we're going to pass on the message and do a lot of advocacy and sensitize the people. Another issue that is a challenge these days, and that I feel that NGOs need to rise up to, is the challenge of communication. There's a lot of misinformation out there. There's a lot of disinformation out there. There's a lot of hate speech out there. And so we need to come together to stem these hate speeches, which is creating a lot of problems for us. I want to just give a few instances, like the senseless war going on in Sudan. When you look at the history of that war, it's all because of hate speech. So all around us, we see these things happening, and we need to be bold. We need to be proactive. We need to face these problems head on. And so our relationship with the Department of Global Communication has been fairly nice. The civil society conference used to be exclusive in those days to GNEC. Then it used to be called DPI NGO Conference. But like I said, the space is heated up, and we are happy that partners are coming on board, and we need to forge a common ground to see how we can put a common agenda on the table. Right, so there are a lot of challenges we've seen. Number one, funding for NGOs is a crucial problem. Besides the funding, legitimacy, transparency, accountability is an issue that NGOs are struggling with. A lot of NGOs do not have the means to be completely transparent, and so it also fits into the problem of funding. So we need to find ways to handle this. Another problem that NGOs are facing, both at the UN and outside the UN, is what the last speaker said, and I really love the speech that she gave, and that is access. Access both within the UN and outside of the UN. Lots of NGOs are cut off. Let's not even talk about visas, because it will take months and even years for you to get a United States visa from somewhere outside, like I'm calling from Nigeria. So a lot of NGOs are struggling, which is why it's good that the Civil Society Conference is coming to Africa, because I'm sure access and visas won't really be a problem. Perhaps maybe most of the meetings will be done in Africa these days. And so access is a challenge. And the UN needs to do more than what it is doing now, to enable NGOs affiliated to them to have access both at the UN and at their own countries. For instance, most NGOs that are affiliated to the UN are even celebrated in New York and the other UN offices in Vienna, in Nairobi, and in Geneva. But when they go home to their countries, can they access the UN buildings, offices, even with their potential good projects? So I think we need to rise up to this challenge and find ways to sensitize the UN as well, sensitize the NGOs as well, that access is critical, because without access, we cannot pass the message. And so we need to work together to see how we can create access for NGOs across the globe. Another challenge that I would see is a challenge of governance. most of our NGOs are restrictive. And by that I mean, most of these NGOs are sometimes only based in New York. And so the space for the internationalization of these NGOs is restricted. And so you may have officers in your organizations that are from different parts of the world and that also have potentials to contribute to these organizations. But there could be clauses in your bylaws which restrict these individuals from ascending to those important positions, and they don't contribute and they feel they are not a part of it. So without much ado, and I don't want to take so much of your time, I want to call for a reenactment of the relationship between CoNGO and GNEC. I remember in those days, there were times we used to have CoNGO members attend meetings with GNEC, and I really look forward to a stronger partnership with this current administration in Congo. I've been talking to the president of Congo, and I believe if we pool our resources together and find a common ground, indeed, we can make more impact. And as the civil society conference comes to Africa next year, we need to put our resources together because Africa is our terrain. We know the language, we know the people, we can talk to the people in a language that they will understand, and collectively together, we can make so much progress. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Owen, for your substantive contribution. And now, lastly, in this section, but by no means least, I give the floor to Sylvie Jacqueline de Dongmo, President of the Women's International League for Peace and Freedom.
Thank you, dear Cyril, for giving me the floor. Distinguished guests, all protocol observed, I bring you warm greetings from the Women's International League for Peace and Freedom, and I also bring you best the wishes to Congo on the occasion of this anniversary. WILF is the Women's International League for Peace and Freedom, which is the world's oldest feminist peace organization. It was set up in April 1915 when 1,136 women from warring and neutral countries, when they came out to really try to see how to put an end to the war that was raging at that time. So their coming together gave birth to what is today called Women's International League for Peace and Freedom. I was asked by Congo to share some good practices, some challenges, that what I've done, and also one or two recommendations. In terms of good practices regarding the WILF work with the UN, I want to start by mentioning connecting local to global. For us, it's extremely important. The work that we do is really grassroots up, top-down approach, connecting local to global. And this is done through activism and organizing, awareness raising, advocacy, alliance building, research and analysis. I want to say that some concrete examples are bringing expert knowledge during some meetings at the UN, and also presenting our views, and also bringing the voices of the most marginalized and the voiceless. We bring through research and analysis diverse perspectives to the table. And we invite women to the UN event to make their voices heard. And when these women come to the UN, they also take the recommendation back to the countries, and we make sure that we follow with the women so that they have a push at national level. So that is top-down and top-down approach, local to global approach. Another thing that we do is building alliances and working in synergy and collaboration with sisters or activists, network, coalition and platform, and CSOs for joint advocacy at the UN. I just want to give two examples to to say that just 2 days ago, 2 days ago, with NGO CSW and all the committees here present and the support of CoNGO, we made a rally in front of the UN to urge member states to advocate, to boost their political will regarding the Women, Peace and Security agenda and precisely 1325 Security Council resolution. So that's why we came together as women's organization and as civil society organization to make sure that the agenda is louder at the level of UN. Another example that I can give is this. You can see this file, vote against the machine, support the resolution against killer robots. Regarding this, I want to say that this killer robot campaign is a coalition of more than 100 organizations who have been advocating. We are here for the past 1 month. We have been here trying to get the state. We are calling on states to support the resolution on autonomous weapon systems at the UN General Assembly 78th session, and we want the state to commit to the launch of urgent negotiation of an international binding instrument on autonomous weapons. You know that these are weapons that pose ethical, humanitarian, security risk, and that is why we are advocating that a resolution should be taken. We also provide support to activists, sections, partners to work with UN at national level and global level, and also at regional level. The WILF International Secretariat provides sections and groups, and we've partnered with relevant information. They are provided the necessary information on how they can make strategic use of the UN system for their activism. For example, WILF support is given to WILF section and groups and WILF partner so that they bring their demand for action and accountability on the implementation of state obligations on the legal instruments such as CEDAW or the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. WILF has also supported NGO advocacy efforts for remote participation in human rights mechanism. This specific push was made stronger during the COVID. I think Ivy mentioned the fact that the CSW, for example, was canceled just a week before the event. So that's why one of our advocacy has been to make sure that, to see how civil society organization could participate remotely. So this has been, this is another a good practice that we have now, because remote participation is now possible. And civil society organization can even send pre-recorded statement, video statement that are presented during these UN meetings. I want to give a concrete example. Similar to the earlier point, a good practice, concrete one, is the possibility to upload pre-recorded video statement for the Human Rights Council. And we've used this opportunity for country-related statement with the speaker being from country, not Geneva or New York. We did that with our section in Ghana. This is extremely important because Geneva is not speaking, New York is not speaking, women on the ground are speaking. I want to give another example in terms of good practice. On the 16th of October, as part of the Committee on Women, Peace and Security Agenda, NGO Committee, we sent an open letter to permanent representative to the United Nations in advance of the annual open debate on women, peace, and security. We were trying to draw their attention, to call on state of the dangers. The world is in total dangers. You have conflict all over. So it's very important for states to take greater action. So that's why we had this open letter calling for stronger action, but also to be mindful of this fact that demilitarization is important, disarmament is important, because we can't keep these as our priorities, and at the same time we complain that crises are going on everywhere. I want to just give a few challenges that we have. There are more, but I just give a few so that I can leave the space to other people. For us, the first biggest challenge, our brother has just spoken about, is the visa. Yeah, the visa issue is a very, very big challenge, especially for women from the global south. And I want to tell you, their voices are missing. Yeah, at spaces, their voices are missing. So how do we expect their voices to be heard when at the same time they can't access? I come from Cameroon. You can't imagine the nightmare that we have to have a visa. But if the other way around, somebody from Europe, from US wants to get a visa, it's if one day. So that's not fair. It's not fair at all. At the same time, we are missing big voices at those tables. And you cannot keep taking decisions with women who are absent. And I want to also tell you that youth participation regarding visa is even worse, because the younger you are, the more difficult you get a visa. We have many colleagues, our youth branch, they have always been denied a visa because they will ask you simple question: are you married? Yeah. Because you are not married, you can't go to New York. Yeah. Do you have children? Because you don't have children. So these are critical questions, and the visa issue is something that WIF is highly recommending Congo to take as a priority. And during our 33rd Congress, where I was elected international president, we had a resolution on visa facilitation. Another challenge that I want to bring is that engaging with UN bodies, participating in UN meetings often comes with a lot of risk. You have to know that. A lot of risk. So measures that UN can take to prevent reprisal are very essential, because there are a lot of risks just because you engage with UN. Sometimes we come to these meetings and we have problems back home. So it's very important to be mindful of that. I also want to indicate, my sister have already mentioned that the shrinking of civic space, it is a problem. And it is both at national, regional, and global level. Congo should really look into that. Yeah, and then balancing between work with civil society and working with government. This is in the different countries. In different countries where UN agencies really want to support civil society organization, but at the same time, they have to balance between civil society and government because of their commitment. I want to end with two recommendations. The first is ensure avenues for women civil society actors to physically be present in multilateral forums and make sure that their voices are heard. I want to also mention that it's very important to actively promote and protect women's meaningful participation in all decision-making processes, national and international, and ensure women's full and effective inclusion in multilateral fora everywhere and at all levels. We should also make sure that we care about one another. It is very important as we do this work. If somebody is in pain, as today we have Palestine, we have Israel, we have Sudan, we should feel the pain. We should have this care, and we should try to ask ourselves, how do we make sure that we contribute the best? We should always remind ourselves that the change that we want to see starts with us. I thank you.
Thank you, Sylvie, for your substantive contribution. Congo never forgets the former WILF President Edith Valentine, former President of Congo, nor do we forget Lee Weingarten of WILF, who was the first person employed ever by Congo during Robert Harris's presidency. So my great overall thanks to all the NGO leaders present and online for giving us in this section much food for thought and for follow-up. And the second section will now deal with the NGO liaison officers or equivalent titles from the United Nations system. That requires a change of seats without the table collapsing, I hope. And if you would return to your seats, and Jane, if you would come up. Thank you. The majority of interventions from NGO liaison officers with the United Nations system will be online. And I now, it is my privilege to begin this section, and I give the floor to Wook Jin Chang of the UN Department of Economic and Social Affairs.
Thank you, Cyril. My name is Ukjin Chang. I'm the chief of NGO branch of the INDESA, the headquarters. I prepared of the short presentation to remind you of the what the consultative status are on the end, the trends of the NGOs. It's on, yeah. Which page? I cannot see which pages. Yeah, yeah, sure. Okay.
Well, Jin, I think you'd better come here and improvise. Okay.
Next, please. Next, please. Yes, of the I'll go very brief on the since the Cyril the explained it earlier. So according to Article 71 of UN Charter, NGOs have been engaged with the United Nations since the of the beginning by the founding father of the Charter. And ECOSOC is the main entry point into the UN system. Now we have DGC and many different the venues, but we still think that ECOSOC is the main entry. And now we have more than 6,600 organizations with the status. And as the Cyril mentioned, the ECOSOC Resolution 1996 of the 31 governs the consultative relationship with the ECOSOC. Next, please. So as was discussed, there are many contributions the NGOs can do to the UN, and I think all of you touched upon, and I believe helping monitor and implement international agreements, and they contribute to the essential the organizations are one of the most important things, as well as the providing expert analysis, and they serve as an early warning agents as you are doing. And there are many means of participation, and I understand there are some frustration, but you are able to organize and attend the side events and consultations with the ECOSOC and its subsidiary bodies. Next, please. So I prepared a chart of when UN was founded in 1945. We only have 41 the NGOs accredited, and in 1992, when there was a real conference, we had the 700. And in 2012, when there was a Rio Plus 20, we had the less than 2,000. And when there was a SDG summit, we estimate there was 3,000 more. But now we have more than 6,600 NGOs accredited. It's the huge number, considering the time frame we have right now. And next, please. So I prepared this chart with the data from 2008 and now. In 2008, there was 143 new NGOs apply for the status with the ECOSOC, and there was the two big spikes. One in 2012, when there was a Rio Plus 20 conference, and also there was another spike in 2015 and 16. When there was a SDG summit, and it grew up until 2020. So it reached the 880 new applications all around the world, and then it dropped to 500 because of the pandemic. But last year it catched up again, and we have now more than 800. And this year, we received almost 1,000 the applications from all over the world. Next, please. And accordingly, the number of the quadrennial reports are growing. And next, please. And also there are because we have more than 6,600 NGOs accredited, each NGOs are entitled to have more than 16 the ground passes, which means that there will be 100,000 more the ground passes, which needs to be issued annually. And also the number of new and deferred applications submitted to the NGOs are growing. Next, please. And this is the number of the quad reports that is going to the NGO committee. Next, please. So the focus we are having right now is first on the resources. The reason I put the 2008 and compared it with now is we have exactly same number of staff members in my branch. One professional service member is working on applications, one professional service of the staff member is working on of the ground passes, and one person is working on quad reports, and one person is working on IT-related person. So it is some the immense workload because of the explosion of the number of the NGOs on the applications and with the status. So I'm focusing on improving the situation by asking for more human resources and budget, but we need your support to help you to get more access and do. And on the system, as some of you noticed, we just opened the new ECOSOC website, which means that we try to give more stable environment for you to communicate with us and pass more information. So we just initiated the launch of the new system. And also we are working on preparing for integrated platform. Current database is quite outdated, but we are targeting to open it sometime next year. And we are working on reach out. As some of you mentioned, we need more the information sharing to the new applicants, as well as those with the status. And so that's the end of the presentation, and I want to comment on a couple of things to share some of my personal experiences and what I heard from you today. I started my job as the chief of the NGO branch a year and a half ago, and it was toward the end of the COVID situation, and the access to the UN building and premises were blocked to all the NGOs. And together with CoNGO and other NGOs, one of the first things I focused was to rebuild and reconnect with the NGOs so that they can have exact same access to the UN premises. And also another thing I wanted to do was to open up not only the premises, but reach out to all the NGOs. So after 2018, the last year on December, as you know, we held the second ever consultations with the NGOs with the consultative status. And we successfully opened it, invited all the NGOs around the world, and I tried to have information sessions to give more information about what's coming and what will be coming. And I'm planning to have more in the coming days. And I understand there was many requests for not only the physical access, but also substantive contribution. So we are talking to PGA's office and my colleagues in the HLPF so that we can give more opportunities and venues for NGOs can contribute. And as Levy introduced this morning, this afternoon, and my colleague Maher mentioned, we are going to have from the NGO conference next year on May, and on December 12th, the PGA is trying to have another town hall meeting to explain and hear your voices. So I know it is not enough, but we are trying with our limited resources. But we need your help to help you. We need your support to pressure of the governments to give us some more resources so that we can support you better. And also I myself avail myself to any meetings any conferences or any forum around the world, and if you need to share your the issues or concerns, I'm open to meeting any of you at any point as always. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jin, for your substantive contribution. The President has given me the great pleasure to say that we will interrupt the flow of the speeches for the moment by having some more music and musical interlude. And Briguna is right here. We are all awaiting eagerly.
Come
Bigona, I know that everyone in the room would like to abandon the rest of our session and listen to you again, but fortunately we're going to have a little moment. Thank you immensely. Thank you. We are now reverting to the presentations by UN NGO officials, and I now give the floor online to Hawa Diallo of the Department of Global Communications.
Thanks so much, everybody, and I apologize for connecting late. Today seems to be a civil society NGO day packed with a lot of meetings, really focused on this really dynamic and action-packed constituency. I'm pleased to be here with you and to be surrounded by many great friends and colleagues online as well as in the room. So Department of Global Communications, works very closely with civil society actors, the wider landscape of entities that make up civil society. And we do our best to also collaborate with UN sister agencies and programs, whether it's the UN offices, DESA or UNESCO or UN Habitat, really to raise the voice of civil society constituencies globally. I'm always saying that, we can't sit back on our desk and pushing paper and just really focusing on resolutions without really thinking about what's happening on the ground and what impact is being made. And we all know for a fact, because you are doing this work, that impact is being made on the ground by civil society constituencies and really in an intergenerational way. And we do a lot of work with youth-led NGOs and young people working in civil society organizations. But I think the key here is looking to see how we can do this in an intergenerational way, learning from those who have been there before us and who continue to champion causes around the world. Now, for us in the civil society unit or in the Department of Global Communications, we're doing anything ranging from advocacy campaigns, and we rely very heavily on civil society to give us access to constituencies on the ground on campaigns like Verified on misinformation and disinformation, or the Football for the Goals campaign, where the department is working with sports associations to promote and raise awareness on accelerating the 17 SDG goals. Like DESA, my colleague Ginger spoke. I'm sure he talked a bit about NGOs in consultative status, and this is a CoNGO platform, but we are family because many NGOs that have a formal association with the Department of Global Communications also have a consultative status with DESA. So you find that many times, if we're promoting a campaign, I'm reaching out to the NGO branch, hey guys, can you promote this for us? And vice versa. We have the NGLS, many of you are familiar with it. I'm not sure if you know that some years back now, about maybe 4 or 5 years, it's been absorbed into the Department of Global Communications, specifically the Civil Society Unit. The non-governmental liaison service is headed by Catherine Good, my colleague, who I know is also online, and working alongside with our colleagues in DESA, Naleen Ahmed, and their team. For us, apart from DESA, Catherine and her team accredited 10,000 NGO reps, or civil society, I should say, reps to attend high-level meetings at the United Nations this year, and that amounts to some 600 entities. Just imagine. And I know that both NGO branch and the NGLS in DGC are pushing not just to have NGO or civil society there as seat warmers or as participants, but to actually have a role, a speaking role, to really have some meaningful engagement, to be able to raise their voice. So for me, that is access, direct in its true form. Now, I mentioned, DGC, you all know we're all about advocacy. So whether it's campaigns, whether it's the civil society briefing. Yesterday, we collaborated with your counterpart, the Global NGO Executive Committee. I know that Robert spoke earlier from Nigeria to do our annual communications workshop. focusing on digital engagement and with particular emphasis on, the pillars of the UN, human rights, peace and security. So I think that for us, our number one client, beneficiary, allies, co-conspirators in a positive way is civil society, and also with other UN sister agencies across the UN system. Now, this morning, I was in a meeting with many UN focal points because we are starting to talk about a UN civil society conference to be held possibly in Nairobi, Kenya next year on 9 and 10. I'm pretty sure my director, Maher Nasser, mentioned it, so I won't, go into it. But I think what's important to know is that we are looking, to meet the needs on the ground, meet the needs globally against the backdrop of our common agenda, and looking to see how the civil society conference and the voices and the strategy, the know-how of our constituencies can feed into the futures, the Summit of the Future and the Pact as well. So I was really inspired because we had so many people from across really the world who either were in person today at the Baha'i International Committee offices or connected online. We had a total, I think, of like 20-something people in the room and 51 online, really giving their perspectives and insights regarding how can we make this an inclusive, an innovative, a conference that really puts in the perspectives and insights of civil society into the summit. So I'm super excited. The next step now is that we're probably going to be doing a town hall where we can have a wider range of people like you across this room to help us put this conference together, to help us do regional consultations, and to really strengthen the mark, the voice, and the work of civil society into UN frameworks like the summit. So I'm coming in late, and I don't think I can compete with the beautiful piece we just heard, but those are really the things that I just wanted to share with you, and happy to answer any questions that you have as we move along. Levy, thank you so much for bringing us all together. I think it's important that we are all speaking the same language, that we all are in a common front, because we are working towards, accelerating the SDGs, towards really strengthening civil society, opening up that space. And again, when I think about space for civil society, I think of it in the physical aspect as well as the abstract and normative, I should say, aspect. So I am inspired by all these discussions that are going on. I can hardly wait to get the show on the road, as I said this morning, and to really continue working with everybody, supporting you as the Department of Global Communications, along with sister agencies and programs, and you, civil society, to really make sure that your voices are heard, seen across the UN system. Thank you so much. Over to you, distinguished moderator. I'm not sure if the mic is muted in the room. Those of us online have no sound.
Please go ahead, Amel.
Yes, you have the floor, Amel.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. I wish to start by thanking Levy and Cyril for inviting me tonight to contribute to this discussion at this important event. Dear friends from civil society and UN colleagues, I am pleased to join you tonight through virtual means from Geneva. It's 10:35 at night now, but I'm happy to be with you. It was very interesting, the music, the musician, it's all a good ambience. On this occasion, I would like to extend my sincere congratulations to the leadership and affiliated members of CoNGO for the commitment, the dedication, enthusiasm, and achievements gained during the past 75 years. Your relentless efforts to serve your constituencies, to contribute effectively to the work of the United Nations and its funds and programs and departments, to uphold its ideals and to support its mandate are felt in many fora and are appreciated. Dear friends and colleagues, as you may know, INCTAD is a knowledge-based organization. It's part of the United Nations Secretariat, but it's based in Geneva. It addresses issues related to trade, investment, finance, technology, and related issues. INCTAD was established in 1964, and since its inception, it is one of the pioneers within the United Nations system that has developed a policy to allow cooperation with civil society and to forge partnerships in development-oriented research, technical cooperation in areas affecting international trade, because that's the main focus. But now we call it the UN Body for Trade and Development. In that regard, the recent INCTAD conferences, which are quadrennial, we hold our conference every 4 years in a region. So there is a rotation also between the region. Next time, it's the turn of Asia to host it in 2025. INCTAD conferences also have called for further collaboration between INCTAD and civil society. Civil society organizations, in our definition, include also NGOs, academia, business association for non-profit, religious groups, women groups, etc. Representatives of civil society were able to bring their experiences, expertise, information, concerns, advice, and were able to contribute to finding answers to the economic and social questions addressed at the intergovernmental debates. Civil society representatives were able also to contribute to workshops, seminars, producing co-publication and policy analysis, and to the implementation of technical cooperation programs. Now we have more than 245 organizations that have observer status with INCTAD. We in INCTAD believe that civil society is a strong partner, and we need to fully harness the collective wisdom of civil society and its experience, so we can ensure that all voices are heard. We value civil society contributions and support to our work. No doubt, there is always room for improvement, for improving the cooperation mechanisms in view to establishing meaningful collaboration and strategic partnerships to address the current and future development challenges. INCTAD Secretary General Rebecca Greenspan is committed to enhancing cooperation with civil society organizations and believes that without civil society voices, an international response to global crisis would be incomplete, insufficient, and unfair. We are seeking ways to elevate cooperation and contribution of civil society organizations, not only at INCTAD quadrennial conferences, but also in regular meetings and our regular work between the conferences. where we can secure ideas and contribution of civil society at an early stage of the debate. Dear all, as you know, halfway through the 2030 agenda, we are still far from achieving our goals. Development progress is threatened by the combined impacts of the multiple crises. The impacts of trade distortion, increasing debt burden, mainly in developing countries and least developed countries, climate change, poverty and growing inequality, and the crisis of multilateralism are sources of risk to global financial stability and sustainable development. In face of the dramatic changes over the past 2 years, the global community needs to seize the opportunity to address systemic issues in order to promote a prosperous, just, resilient, and sustainable world economic order. To respond to the cascading crisis facing the international community, Bridgetown Covenant, which is our outcome or the outcome of UNCTAD 50, which was held in 2021 in Barbados, with the theme From Inequality and Vulnerability to Prosperity for All, called for 4 transformations. And these are: need for transforming economies through diversification, need for transforming to a more sustainable and more resilient economy, need for transforming how development is financed, and transforming multilateralism, because we are seeing that there is threats and there is multilateralism crisis. Multilateralism is the defining characteristic of the United Nations and critical to our shared development efforts. Civil society is a key partner, capable of advocating for the 4 transformations, and we count on your support, help, expertise, enthusiasm, and inspiration, and innovative ideas to help us to implement these transformations to make our world a better world for all. In concluding, and as you may know, UNCTAD will celebrate its 60th anniversary in 2024 and will hold its 16th Ministerial Conference, UNCTAD 16, in 2025. As I just said, it may be in Asia because it's geographical rotation and it's the turn of Asia to host it. The events across 2023 should be an opportunity for reflecting upon lessons learned from the 60 years of development experiences and experiments, and for developing new paths towards achieving sustainable development goals by 2030. And together, we can achieve transformative agenda that ensures prosperous and stable future for all. I thank you very much for your attention. And again, it was a great pleasure to join you tonight. If you have questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Thanks.
I thank you, Amel, for your substantive contribution, and I wish you a good sleep quite shortly.
Thank you.
I now open for a video message on NGO relations from at the United Nations Office at Vienna and the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime.
Good afternoon, good evening, and good morning to all stakeholders joining this meeting today. President Bautista, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for this kind invitation to address you on the 75th anniversary of the Conference of Non-Governmental Organizations in Consultative Relationship with the United Nations. This remarkable milestone highlights the invaluable role of the civil society, amplifying their voices and underscoring the crucial contributions to the global agenda. It is imperative that we fully harness the potential of information and communication technologies for the greater good and accelerate the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. With only 15% of the SDG targets on track at the midpoint of the 2030 agenda, digital has emerged as a crucial catalyst for sustainable development. The World Summit on the Information Society, WSIS, process and its action lines have served as a crucial platform and framework in facilitating our efforts towards advancing the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. They guide us in enabling partnerships, fostering collaboration, exemplified by the fruitful partnership between WSIS and CoNGO right since its inception. Civil society has been an active stakeholder of its WSIS process, contributing to the implementation of WSIS action lines for advancing the achievement of the SDGs. CoNGO has been one of the lead organizations involved in the work of WSIS since its establishment in 2003. Next year, we will organize our WSIS Plus 20 Forum high-level event, scheduled to take place from the 27th to 31st of May 2024 in Geneva, Switzerland. I invite you to mark your calendars and join us in person on the 27th to 31st of May. I also encourage you to participate actively in the ongoing open consultation process towards building the agenda and the program of the WSIS forum. The WSIS Plus 20 review also presents an opportunity for us not only to reflect on our past achievements and challenges, but also to chart a course for the future. ITU's strategic priorities are universal connectivity and sustainable digital transformation. We invite civil society organizations to also partner with us in the Partner to Connect Digital Coalition led by ITU, a groundbreaking multi-stakeholder initiative to foster meaningful connectivity and digital transformation. We have mobilized more than 760, in fact, more than 800 pledges worth over $30 billion and have set the target to reach $100 billion in pledges by 2026. President Bautista, we really appreciate this partnership between CoNGO and your contributions to the implementation of the WSIS action lines and the WSIS process, and we look forward towards strengthening this relationship. Wish you a very successful meeting, and congratulations again on your 75th anniversary. Thank you very much.
For this contribution, and I've apologized for calling on the United Nations office at Vienna instead of the International Telecommunications Union World Summit on the Information Society. We have the Vienna one now. Do we have Vienna? No, okay. In that case, as time is really pressing, it is now my immense pleasure to invite you all to listen to musical interlude 2 by the New Asia Chamber Music Society, performing Samuel Barber's Adagio for Strings. After this interlude, President Liberato Bautista will resume leadership of the webinar for segment 3 and for the closing. I thank you all for your attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, the New Asia Chamber Music Society. A big round of applause. Thank you. Performing Samuel Barber's Adagio for strings. We do have the participation of the UN office at Vienna Civil Society unit, and so we will now play the message from Franz Anders of Vienna.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First, allow me to extend our congratulations to CoNGO on its 75th anniversary commemoration and for its steadfast role in connecting the NGO community around the world with the UN system. Today, I would like to echo what many of you have already said about the importance of working with NGOs in advancing UN mandates. This holds true also for the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime in addressing some of the most pressing global challenges such as crime prevention, anti-corruption, countering the world drug problem, and promoting the rule of law. In all these efforts, NGOs are indispensable partners, and their collaboration is essential for achieving meaningful progress. Through its strategy, UNODC commits to facilitate multi-stakeholder engagement in implementing all its conventions, including by holding constructive dialogues with civil society and by supporting the establishment of regional and national stakeholder platforms to promote joint initiatives between government representatives and civil society. In 2002 alone, we engaged with 3,100 stakeholders from more than 2,000 organizations globally, and we expect this engagement to increase. NGOs bring a unique and invaluable set of assets to the table. For instance, when it comes to addressing drug addiction, NGOs provide crucial support in the form of treatment, rehabilitation, and harm reduction programs. In the fight against human trafficking, for example, NGOs play a vital role in identifying and assisting victims, raising awareness, and advocating their legislative changes. And on anti-corruption, NGOs provide a tremendous boost to multi-stakeholder collaboration. NGOs can expose corruption, advocate for transparency, and hold governments accountable for their actions. And importantly, NGOs often serve as watchdogs and advocates for the most vulnerable populations, promoting their rights and their protection. In summary, working with NGOs is not just a beneficial option, but a necessity for UNODC to effectively fulfill its mandates. The challenges we face today are interconnected and transcend national boundaries. By fostering meaningful partnerships with NGOs, UNODC can ensure a more coordinated and holistic approach to its work. Only through a collective effort can we build a safer, more just, and prosperous world for all. Thank you.
The UN Office of Vienna. It is now my pleasure to open segment 3 of our event this afternoon. Looking ahead, challenges and possibilities. This segment will have another look at multilateralism, multi-stakeholderism, and some possibly in view of the Summit of the Future. I will not make any other opening remarks except to say that I want to already thank our 4 panelists. They're calling from Geneva, from the US, from Italy, and from the West Coast of the United States, and they are all joining us live. And so I want to advance my thanks already for giving us the time. We will start with the presentation by Azza Karam, good friend, colleague, mentor in many ways on many issues. She is a member of the United Nations Secretary General's High-Level Advisory Board on Effective Multilateralism, but she has recently joined as the head of the Women's Empowerment Learning. And the introduction to Aza is also screened online as you see your screen. Ladies and gentlemen, Aza, it's my pleasure. You have the floor, or the screen, I should say.
Good afternoon, and probably good night to anyone who's still with us from that across the Atlantic. Thank you so much, Dr. Levy Bautista, for this opportunity to address all of your audience, very critical audience it is too. And thank you and congratulations to CoNGO. And I say thank you because I think CoNGO has served the realms of NGO in so many ways over the last 75 years that at the minimum, beyond a thank you, it most certainly deserves a very hearty gratitude. But I think one of the things that are important for me to share with you is, since I'm identified as a member of the Secretary General's High-Level Advisory Board on Effective Multilateralism, is to perhaps just share with colleagues that the report of this high-level advisory board has already been submitted to member states in April of this year. And the efforts are ongoing for respective dissemination of this report in anticipation of the Summit of the Future. One of the most noteworthy things to me about this report was the process by which a significant series of consultations took place with so many different civil society actors and partners around the world. It was perhaps one of the most consultative processes that I have ever witnessed and or being party to in over 20 years of serving at the UN and with the UN and in the United Nations. So I do wish to pay tribute to the fact that this particular report was not simply one written by a group of people sitting huddled together, but was one which sought extensive consultations with various members of civil society, and therefore identified some very critical paradigm shifts that need to take place for multilateralism to be more effective. I do hope that those who are listening will check the United Nations Secretary General High-Level Advisory Board on Effective Multilateralism website. We were expertly stewarded by the United Nations University as the Secretariat. And I do hope that you all do have a chance to consult this report, because I am not going to speak about it. I am going to say that one of the most important to me as a civil society person now and in the past, before I joined the United Nations as an international civil servant for 20 years, in the time I have served as a civil society servant, I have learned quite a bit about the challenges of working together with other civil society actors, not only in one country, not only in one region, but really across the world, literally. And I think there are some very important lessons to be learned. The first is that when we speak of multilateralism, it means more than one actor and more than one type of actor. For too long, it was understood as the governments working together. However, over the last 25, 30 years, we have seen the term multilateralism expand to effectively include and contain civil society activism around the world, as well as business and private sector engagement, so that multilateral is much closer now to multi-stakeholder than perhaps it ever was before. With that in mind, we as NGOs, non-governmental organizations in the United States, we are referenced as not-for-profits, but we as NGOs have a very important few things that we need to do. First of all, I think there is a certain sense of the enormity of the responsibility that has already been so brilliantly articulated, not only by our NGO committees, who deserve a tremendous hats off and chapeau for the work that they have done for countless years, but also for the many UN representatives who are focal points for NGOs whom we have heard so well from. So we understand that the work of non-governmental organizations around the world remains incredibly important, and if anything, and I quote many of our UN colleagues, has grown in significance, importance, and necessity. The term necessary was actually used quite rightly. This has significant implications for those of us working in the non-governmental realm. Perhaps one of the most important of these implications is to be realistic and pragmatic in appreciating, evaluating, and assessing the extent to which NGOs working with the UN have actually managed to collaborate, and through that active, systematic, and diligent collaboration have actually managed to make an impact on UN policies, practices, and decisions, at least at the global level, but if possible, also at the level of regional and national United Nations country teams. We certainly can hold and must hold the United Nations accountable for the engagement of NGOs, but we must also, and this requires a certain degree of respectful reciprocity, which means that we as NGOs need to start assessing how good we are in working together and collaborating with one another. This raises a very important consideration. We speak often of civil society as though it was NGOs, non-governmental organizations. It would, however, behoove us to be aware of the fact that NGOs are only one aspect of civil society, because civil society, albeit with a contested definition, also includes all the other actors who are not in government, and that means academia, the scientific community, etc. So when we speak of civil society, we should be cautious before we immediately equate that with NGOs. And that is part of the self-reflection that we need to undertake upon ourselves as part of our responsibility as non-governmental organizations. So the self-reflexivity that I am calling for amongst us as non-governmental organizations around the world also expands and includes another aspect, which is the following. When we call for a civil society UN representative, as NGOs, we need to do so together collectively with those who are part of the civil society space globally, regionally, and nationally. And also, as we speak of the UN, we need to be much more conscientious and conscious of how and what we understand by the UN. Because the UN is not only the Secretariat in New York City, it is not only those headquartered in Vienna or Nairobi or elsewhere. The United Nations system is a very big universe indeed. It is a cosmos of almost 60 UN system entities, one of which is the World Bank, one of which is the World Health Organization, etc. So let us be a bit more diligent in the way that we reference the UN to be sure that we are honoring not only a universe of hard labor and service to humanity, but also referencing the non-governmental organizations and other civil society actors who have been systematically engaged away from New York, quite apart from New York. The UN country teams that are in country deserve to be acknowledged, reached out to, and systematically engaged by the national civil society entities. That awareness has to be made, that clarity of obligation and responsibility has to be made. We cannot speak of the UN as the Secretariat in New York and assume that this covers the United Nations system or covers the world. We need to be very conscientious in ensuring that our local counterparts, when we have them, or any other civil society actors, understand that there is a UN country team, and that UN country team is actually obliged to be very proactively engaged with the national civil society space, because we speak of shrinking civil society, but we have not necessarily evaluated the extent to which the United Nations system, in its many in-country presences and praxis, has actively reached out to the national civic infrastructure. So yes, we have a shrinking civil space thanks to many governments, but we don't have no civil society space. We still have civil society, and it is an obligation on those of us who claim to be members of civil society to first and foremost ensure that we are reaching out and holding responsible and partnering with our national United Nations system presence and actors, so that the next time we come together to assess and to complement and to celebrate, we have an understanding of how the United Nations system has engaged with all civil society actors at national, regional, and global levels. And we can hear from as many of those locally rooted United Nations civil society focal points as there are, and there are plenty. Which brings me to my last and final point. When we speak about multilateralism, we are effectively speaking about working together, or we should be. The truth of the matter is that to advocate for one civil society representative is exactly the same as advocating for one governmental representative who can represent all the world's governments. And we know that all the world's governments, where even they are not already actually all elected to positions of influence and governance, some of them, in fact, are. So if those who are non-elected by their civic spaces now have to, amongst themselves, elect or think of the one focal point in a UN secretariat in New York who is meant to liaise with the world of civic activism, we may wish to consider or reconsider what that would look like and how that would be. One of the many good things about this particular 75th commemorative ceremony is that it has actively reached out, and I want to compliment Dr. Bautista and his team in CoNGO. They have actively reached out to include as many civil society NGO committees at the UN as there are, actually, and that's a brilliant job. Now, do realize that when we advocate for one civil society representative, we will also have to think very smartly of a process by which such a one can represent all those committees who spoke here today and the rest of the civil society in the world, and try to liaise with all of them, bearing in mind that if you look at the system of the United Nations, and I urge you to look at an organogram, go Google an organogram of the United Nations system. And when you Google the organogram, go into each of those individual offices that you will see, and like I said, there are over 60, go into each of those and see whether they have civil society focal points, and you will find that they do. So when we then decide that we want to have one at the UN Secretariat, we will also need to be diligent to honor a process by which that one will also work with all of those civil society reps inside the existing UN system, and then work with all of those in the rest of the world. And I urge you to please be pragmatic in that realization, because it is an important call. But it is also a call that we must make conscientiously, which means that we must know how we would wish for such a process to take place, if indeed that is to take place. So do me a favor, and do all of us, all of those among you who have worked so hard for so many years, a very important strategic favor, which is to assess who can represent all of you at the UN and how that would take place. And as you do so, bear in mind that we still have a schism amongst the NGOs alone. I'm not even including the rest of civil society, that there remains a very important schism that still has to be bridged. And that is the schism between the faith-based, the interfaith, and the so-called secular NGO worlds. They are not one and the same, and they are not always working together. And if we wish to be serious about holding the United Nations system accountable to working with civil society, perhaps we can begin by holding ourselves accountable to the extent to which we have become inclusive, multidimensional, and we have honored the whole of civil society ourselves from where we sit. As I say this, I know that there are many fantastic efforts, and I wish to commend all of those who have worked with the United Nations system in so many different ways over so many years. Never before has this collective partnership become more necessary than it is today, because today people are actually dying. People are actually dying as a result of the inefficacy of this multilateral system. And that is not just the United Nations, that is every single one of us. Unless and until we take that responsibility very seriously for actual loss of life, we will be talking until we are blue in the face, and people will continue to die. And that is not acceptable by any one of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Aza Karam, for your substantive contribution. As always, there's a lot of lessons to be learned, and I'm sure when we produce the video, it will be worth replaying again and reflecting on the words you've shared. We now move on to another aspect of our conversation, this time on multi-stakeholderism. And I will call on Dr. Harris Gleckman with the Transnational Institute, with the South Center, formerly the director of the UNCTAD office in New York. Harris, you have the screen.
Thank you very much and for inviting me to join this conversation. And I have a few slides and a few observations. While the other, now the sharing is working, I hope. A few slides to introduce the material about multi-stakeholderism. It'll depart in some key ways from Aziz's prior remarks about the distinction between multilateralism and multi-stakeholderism. But that's what I would like to raise with you. I'm coming to you from Geneva, Switzerland, where I have been attending the negotiations for a binding treaty between transnational corporations, covering transnational corporations and human rights. And it's been a very difficult time because for many different reasons, transnational corporations are not interested in being bounded by the UN system of human rights. And so we have some very difficult negotiations, and we're continuing a 9-year now process for doing that. And I think that one of the things which makes this relevant to this conversation, I'm trying to move the slide and it's not moving. I need some help by screen. You cannot start screen sharing while other participant is sharing. Okay, let me get the screen. Because corporations have changed their attitude toward the UN and multilateralism, and they're now seeking to have a space at the table, not just providing information, but anticipating that they will have some decision-making power. And I'm again having difficulties with the movement of the screen. In the recent years, these transnational corporations working in groups where they bring together some of their friends in government, some of their friends in the academy, some of their friends in civil society, and they say that they should be central to making decisions on certain key aspects of our lives. And this has crossed many of the 50 organizations that Aziz was mentioning. I'm flagging a few in this slide. Responding to the food and agricultural crisis, we've had the Food Systems Summit, initiated by the Secretary General, in effect moving outside the Rome-based organizations to have a conference organized that is central on the corporations in the food area. I'll return to that when I want to say some words about what a stakeholder really is. It's also the case that multi-stakeholder groups are driving the discussion of the governance of the internet. When it comes to funding the SDGs, there are a whole number of corporate partner bodies who are saying that they're going to provide the leadership. And on those type bodies, there's very little role for developing country participation. We've had, in terms of supplying the health needs of the vaccine, COVAX, which did not work, but it displaced the World Health Organization from being a central leader. In managing climate change, you have a whole network around the net zero organizations, which has also weakened the UN Framework Convention work. Again, very little developing country participation in those kinds of organizations. This has been evolving for a while, but it's reached a new level. I'm sorry with the movement, here we are. A quick bit of history is the transition has been over a number of decades. In the early parts of the 1945, 50s, 60s, and 70s, multinationals and transnationals felt that they could influence the process by speaking to their home countries and having an indirect role. But starting with the Rio conference, multinationals have had a physical presence within the House. I've identified a number of other transition spots, but I want to draw your attention to what occurred in 2010 when the World Economic Forum, reflecting on why there was events of the 2008-2009 global financial crisis, they are advocates of something called stakeholder capitalism. For them, a stakeholder is a bank that relates to a corporation, customers of that corporation, governments who have to deal with that corporation, and yes, a labor who has to deal with the corporation, and a little box called civil society. They realized that they needed a proposal for a new system of global governance. They had 1,500 people working over a year and a half, and they wrote a major paper called On the Global Redesign Initiative, calling for a multi-stakeholder global governance system. Unfortunately, the Secretary General and some of the Director Generals have signed memoranda of understandings with the World Economic Forum to bring under the space of the United Nations the corporate sector. This changes the dynamics of our civil society space, given the asymmetries of power, by having multi-stakeholder and corporate activities under, at least in some fashion, the UN or adjacent to it, or being outsourced, having UN activities outsourced to the corporate world and the multi-stakeholder world, weakens us as civil society bodies. And this became even clearer where the Secretary General 2 years ago recommended that a summit for the future should be led by corporate multi-stakeholder bodies. To give you an idea of what the attitude to global governance is from the World Economic Forum, this is the statement from their opening paper. They seek to redefine the international system as constituting a wider, multifaceted system of global cooperation in which the intergovernmental framework and institutions are embedded as a core, but not the sole and sometimes not the most crucial component. In this view, multi-stakeholder bodies would displace parts of the multilateral system when it is in the interest of the firms who are participating in that particular sector. I submit that this approach is not a healthy one for those of us in civil society. And it also, unlike the view of the previous speaker, Aziz, that doesn't help to mix up this combination. I'm trying again to move my screen. There we are. So let's take a quick look at a comparison between the two. As quick a look as I can change the screen. Who are the participants? In multilateralism, the central participants are governments. In multi-stakeholderism, it is some governments, some transnationals, some civil societies, some scholars, some religious leaders who take on board to have a governance role in specific areas. The narrative in back of this for multilateralism is our charter. For multi-stakeholderism, many of the ideas evolve from this global redesign initiative of the World Economic Forum. Multilateralism has a democratic principle. One country, one vote. There is no equivalent democratic principle in multi-stakeholderism. Yes, the one country, one vote has disproportionate power of some countries. But for multi-stakeholderism, the disproportionate power of some countries remain, but now we add in transnational firms. The UN has a very detailed rule book. And I didn't move that screen, I don't know how to go back. There is no rule book functioning in multi-stakeholderism because of the nature of power inside. Multilateralism has the prospect of legally binding agreements, such as the one that I was participating in this week, trying to develop a legally binding agreement on transnationals and human rights. Multi-stakeholderism only has voluntary initiatives. In multilateralism, we have a lot of reports. We want to make sure everyone knows where our budgets are, what our directions are, what we're announcing we're going to try to do. Multi-stakeholderism has voluntary disclosures and irregular reporting of even financial information. The legitimacy I didn't touch anything. The legitimacy of multilateralism depends on national sovereignty. The legitimacy of multi-stakeholderism is quite different. It depends on economic power and the sharing of the legitimacy of the particular participants. So, and the ability to regulate. Multilateralism has conventions which can have binding provisions. For multi-stakeholderism, there are investor dispute panels which can hold states to certain standards that are not in the interest of particular investors. This is a quite different world that is being proposed by some, as I said, to become part of a UN 2.0. And I think from the civil society point of view, we should realize that there are important reasons why we should take steps to preserve and build further on multilateralism. I'm going to abandon my slides because my computer is not being of assistance to us. Because I want to share with you two crucial issues about our vocabulary. Now my screen has come up. I will share this one and then return to the question of our vocabularies. Basically, there are 5 challenges that stakeholderism presents to multilateralism. The first is the erosion of sovereignty, that the principle of one state, one vote is set aside. The second challenge is outsourcing of governance, where certain topics, the regulation, the oversight of the internet world, dealing with conflict minerals, are outsourced from a state-based arrangement. Accountability disappears. And accountability is very important because as the world looks at the international system, if there's no accountability, trust in the international system declines. Another challenge is that the OECD countries who have made many pledges of financial resources are frequently now saying the world's problems for the SDGs, for climate, are in the trillions of dollars. Who has trillions? The corporate world. The OECD countries can step back and say, whatever money comes should come from the corporate world. This providing an excuse for underfunding the United Nations system with public tax funds. And the last challenge I submit is that the policy options which are available, I'm not sure why my slides are moving. The policy options which are available are shift to being ones which are compatible to a particular view of globalization or have an ability to have a commercial return. But what underlies a lot of this is the way in which we speak about in our diplomatic communities. Words make a big difference. Multi-stakeholderism rests on the use and concept of stakeholders. I want to submit to you this is an unfortunate and a bad development in our discourse. The history of the word stakeholder is very interesting. It started to refer to two people who wanted to have a wager with each other and handed their bets to someone to hold the stake. It moved into public discourse as a management term to move the firm from not only looking at the owners, but also, as the World Economic Forum said, the banks, the workers, the customers immediately around an enterprise. But what has happened with this word is it has displaced peoples, citizens, communities, constituencies, and we've all of a sudden become stakeholders. One downside is that the governments and the firms and even civil society are presented as if they are the same thing. We're all stakeholders. That's just fundamentally not the case. The role of governments is in one place, the role of firms in another place, the role of religious leaders or other aspects in a different place. As an example of how this becomes absurd, but is the Food System Summit that took place now 2 years ago, hosted by the Secretary General's office in conjunction with the Rome-based parts of the UN, but essentially a partnership with the World Economic Forum, where the stakeholders became the fertilizer supply companies, the pesticide companies, the software companies that sell satellite data information to agriculturalists, and they became called the stakeholders. Now, quite frankly, in terms of food needs, there are 6 to 8 billion real stakeholders, and they were not central to this event. So my appeal is that we stop using the stakeholder word with or without the multi in front of it, and return to our vocabulary of constituents, citizens, communities, societies, and we be precise in whom we are referring to. The other word that has been distorted by multi-stakeholder realities around the United Nations system is inclusiveness. Inclusiveness joined the international, as a phrase, joined the international vocabulary to mean we want to bring in small farmers, women, gay individuals, small-scale producers, people whose voices were not on the international space. Now, inclusiveness has been flipped on its head as a word, and it means, if you look at around the COP, what is presented as inclusiveness by the business world is that there are manufacturers, there are retailers, there are investment advisors, there's mutual funds, there's bond traders, and then there's one spot called civil society. This flipping of the concept that was designed to provide space for represented parts of the world is also harmful to the rest of us. So my appeal, and I differ with Aziz about this, is we should talk very clearly that when the corporate world wants to have their views heard, that's fine. But when they want it in such a way that they have become in effect a global governor, that is not a healthy direction.
Dr. Gleckman, will you kindly make your concluding statement? We're a little bit behind, very behind,
yes,
actually.
I will. I appreciate that, and I will. So what I would like to invite people to look at is a recent publication by the South Center, an intergovernmental body of developing countries, and the Transnational Institute, that looks at in more detail the risks for multilateralism and the risks for developing countries and the risks for civil society from the expanding calls for multi-stakeholder activities, whether it initiates from the World Economic Forum on the other side of Geneva where I'm sitting, or flows from the Director General's office or the Secretary General's office. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share these thoughts with you.
Thank you, Dr. Gleckman, for your substantive contribution. It adds another layer to our conversation on multilateralism and multi-stakeholderism. And Peter Probe from the World Council of Churches, Churches Commission for International Affairs will add another layer to that conversation, this time presenting a narrative of the role of faith-based actors in the advancement of the multilateral agenda. Peter Probe, you have the screen.
Thank you very much, Levi. Let me just check that you can all hear me okay. Are you hearing me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Okay, thank you very much, Levi, and everyone for this opportunity to join you. I'm aware that time is running out, and indeed it's very late here where I am. So I'm going to try and be brief. But it's a pleasure to join you for this important event that marks the 75th anniversary of CoNGO. It's also an anniversary that is shared with the World Council of Churches, the organization that I serve. Formed in the immediate aftermath of the Second World War, the perspectives and priorities of the World Council of Churches were naturally marked from the outset by moral abhorrence at the suffering resulting and from the war and the atrocities perpetrated in that conflict. In response, the WCC committed itself to working for the development of international law, to promoting multilateral international cooperation, and to a holistic approach to seeking a sustainable global peace founded on justice and human rights. Amongst other things, the WCC worked very directly in the drafting of the Universal Declaration on Human Rights. The WCC was also one of the first international NGOs recognized in consultative status with the United Nations, and relevantly to this gathering, a founder member of CoNGO. Now, I'm going to base my brief remarks largely upon a submission that we lodged earlier this year for the UN's new agenda for peace, and to really focus on that core purpose of the United Nations of saving the world from the perils and the tragedies of armed conflict. And we based that submission very much upon policy positions that had been elaborated at our 11th Assembly, which took place in September 2022, in which the World Council of Churches started by rejecting the polarization and division of the human community and declared our own commitment to stay together as an ecumenical fellowship and to grapple with the threats and challenges to peace, justice, human security, and environmental sustainability through dialogue, encounter, the pursuit of mutual understanding and cooperation, rather than through exclusion and confrontation. We reasserted the ecumenical movement's fundamental rejection and denunciation of war as contrary to the will of God. We reiterated calls for a global ceasefire, as the UN Secretary General had done. We appealed for much greater financial and practical support by the international community for peace building and peacemaking, rather than for division and military confrontation, and underlined, amongst other things, the important and very much overlooked role of women and youth as peacemakers. We called for greatly increased investment by governments and other actors in the true foundations of human security and global stability, including urgent action for climate justice and to avert the threat of catastrophic climate change, for a just transition to renewable energy, for the elimination of extreme poverty, for sustainable development, and for measures to control rampant inequality. We encouraged renewed efforts to reform and improve the effectiveness of the United Nations and other intergovernmental instruments for promoting peace and human security. Now, of course, we very much affirmed the Secretary General's urgent call for concerted collective efforts to respond effectively to what he has frequently described as multiple converging global challenges, or a polycrisis, in order to avoid systemic breakdown and perpetual crisis. We concurred with many of the main directions that he had proposed for promoting peace and preventing conflicts. But I have to say, when we look around the world today, we have to acknowledge that the world is in a mess. War is back big time. The nuclear threat is very much more salient. Poverty is rising again. There is the enormous threat of the climate and biodiversity crisis. And if that wasn't enough, amongst other things, there is also a global crisis of declining fertility due to endocrine disruptors, chemicals in the ecosystem. And we also have to acknowledge that the United Nations, frankly, is not fit for purpose. It's not fit for the gravity of the crisis that we are currently facing. We've known, of course, almost since the United Nations began, that the Security Council needed reform. It remains unreformed, and we've seen the dysfunctionality of this important instrument in recent times. We've seen that although there have been some interesting and important new measures taken for a General Assembly overview of when veto powers are exercised, but still the intergovernmental system is frequently used, sanctions, have rarely been protects the vast majority of people from harm, and that achieves the stated purpose of the sanctions that are applied. Very often, they constitute warfare by another means, economic warfare, that, if anything, has even greater consequences for larger numbers of people than actual armed conflict. We also see that the humanitarian model and the principles of humanitarianism, on which in many respects the UN is founded, are really at breaking point under the stresses created by the converging global crises that we are currently experiencing. We see, as I mentioned before, the unprecedented climate emergency, which is accelerating before our eyes and at a much faster pace than the incremental progress in multilateral negotiations. And we see that the very principle of multilateralism is in regression and is being challenged by resurgent nationalism in many, many parts of the world, leading to what we call politely a multipolar world, but which is in many ways a euphemism for fragmentation. So how does this change? I honestly don't know. We find ourselves in an extremely challenging times with no obvious solutions based upon the models that we currently have. I fear that things are going to get much, much worse before the nations of the world realize that they must come together in order to confront crises of such dimensions and of such a global nature. But we clearly aren't there yet. We clearly haven't reached the point of sufficient seriousness that obliges the nations of the world to come together. And if I think back over the little bit of history that I've experienced myself in this professional capacity, I can see so many global crises, one after the other, which should have been an impetus for significant and thoroughgoing change in how we conduct multilateralism. But in every case, they have been a wasted opportunity, an opportunity missed, a crisis missed. So I hope, and I'm sorry to be such a downer at this point of your proceedings, but I really hope that civil society can play the role that it played from the beginning of this experiment in international intergovernmental relations, in multilateralism, to be the voice from the outside, not the voice from the inside, not the incremental actor, but the revolutionary actor that inspires revolutionary change, which is so much needed in the world today. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you.
Thank you very much, Peter, for your substantive contribution. In your hearing, I want to also thank you for the contribution in the form of the coverage of media and technology by way of Dr. Marcelo Snyder. Thank you, Marcelo, and Walter Muniz, who's covering this on behalf of and making this available to our worldwide audience. We now move on with a statement from Robert Suver. Bob Suver is a good friend, the director of the Global Action to Prevent War and Armed Conflict. And let's wait for what he says. He's a dear friend. Robert, Bob, you have the screen.
Thank you, Levy. It's been a long afternoon for everyone. Some of you are tired. I'm hungry since I'm sitting in Los Angeles. I'm not going to make my presentation. I'm an NGO that respects time. We're already over it. And Levy has concluding remarks, and mine aren't all that important. And the people who spoke before me on this panel were terrific. So I'm going to pass. I put my email on the chat, and I think most of you can get it if you want it. I'll take these remarks and stick them on my policy blog, which is, interesting at points. But I do want to tell you what my assignment was from Levy, who's been a friend for forever. My assignment was to answer the question, what are you still doing here? And the secondary part of that question is, why did you come back? What do you hope to accomplish in this iteration of what is left of your organization, which was more or less dismantled? During the COVID banishment, we lost our office, we lost most of our funders, we lost our staff, we lost most of our interns, and many people running small NGOs in my situation decided to throw in the towel, and we decided not to throw in the towel, which was an interesting choice that I'm not sure was the right one, but it's the one we made. And the reasons, which I will go into great length on the blog, and then I will stop here, one of which has to do with spending many years, sort of carving out a seat in multilateral space. And even though the seat isn't ours, and even though we want the seat to be occupied by more diverse people and younger people and people who don't look like me and speak like me, it's very difficult to sort of get up and walk away when you have the possibility of making some change in a difficult context as we are now in. But the second thing is, and this is really a privilege, is that being back at the UN in some ways helps me to decrease my sanity, but in other ways helps me to enable it. That the ability, even modestly, to make a contribution to all of the things that you read about and hear about is an incredible privilege. And it's not about having a voice. It's about having connection to people through media, through your presence, just being seen every day in the Security Council, half the time glaring at them, whatever. But it's done enormous good for me to not have to just be fuming over social media feeds and dominant media feeds. Incredible. And, as multi-stakeholderism, as the Secretary General gets more and more heat for the way in which he's organizing this, there's been a lot of restrictions on NGOs, and some of them have been hard to swallow, but most of them are not. It's, I'm a person of privilege. Nothing is ever that bad for me. So this is what my blog is going to do, is to talk about these two things, the ability to make change, but also the kind of the sanity prevention mechanism that comes in the form of being able to weigh in meaningfully on things that are happening in the world in diverse contexts. So that's it for me.
Thank you, Dr. Robert Suber, Bob Suber, good friend, my kind of public theologian, public intellectual, and social critic. If there is one who attends meetings of the Security Council every day, that's Bob Suber, and his blogs. I encourage you to read his blogs because it keeps you up to date, up to the minute, because of his tweets as well. So, Bob, thank you so much for your intervention. We now come to the close of our event, and I would like to thank many people who have made this event possible. I'll wait for the screen. I want to make sure. I want us to recognize the various organizations that have made the 7 or 9 global events that we have held so far in Geneva, in Bangkok, the global webinars that have reached more than 2,000 online participants, 139 speakers. 60% of these speakers are women. 19% of all our speakers were young people below the age of 30. All of the continents have been represented. Many, at least 29 United Nations agencies have spoken, and many governments have spoken. So I want to thank them all. Armenian Assembly of the United States, the Congressional Black Caucus Institute, CGFNS International, my own organization, the Public Policy and Social Action Agency of the United Methodist Church. This is the Intergenerational Solidarity NGO Committee, Generations United, the Global Migration Policy Associates based in Geneva, the Human Security for All, which is a collaboration of the Oppenheimer, Einstein organized World Academy of Art and Science, of which I am a fellow, the International Association of Applied Psychology, the International Council of Nurses, the International Public Relations Association, the Mulchan Parpati Tadani Foundation, who has given the biggest amount of contribution for us to stage this event, the Negro Council, the National Council of Negro Women is a supporter, the Ordo Supremus Militaris Hierosolymitani, the Order of Jerusalem, the Knights Templars, and they're here. The Papal Knights, the Order of Papal Knights, are a contributor of this event. The NGO Committee on Financing for Development, Anita, they sponsored one of the webinars. The Pan-Pacific Southeast Asia Women's Association, of which Amy Banker is a member. We have our board member who is Akari, I should say. I'm sorry, Akari. And then the René Foundation, who have made possible the Spanish, the French interpretation online today and in the last global webinars. Staff United, Mr. Thomas Chen, as the second biggest contributor to our events. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of the president. Maybe that's not that, but the head of the Staff United, and then the World Academy of Art and Science. Thank you very much. Next screen, Toyomi. I want, of course, to thank all of our panelists, our moderators, and all of you in the room, and all of the others who are online for staking out for the last, almost 5 hours. The co-sponsors, as I said, for their financial support and in-kind support. People involved in the planning of the anniversary celebration, former Assistant Secretary General Gillian Sorensen, and the OSMTH with Brigadier General John De Gilio here, and the CoNGO leadership, Cyril Ritchie, the first Vice President, Dr. Martina Gredler, our second Vice President, and the CoNGO Media and Communications Consultant. I would have collapsed long time ago if Toyomi was not. Toyomi Yoshida, please. The all-around, that's the word. Okay, and then what's the next page? There's no more next page, Toyomi? And of course, I thought that was another page. And the René May Foundation, and we will close these thanks with a message from Mr. René May Foundation, Mr. René May of the foundation, who have contributed 8 volunteers today, and interpretation in Spanish and French, and then what else? And Arabic. Let's, the Arabic interpreters, yes. Can we now play the felicitations sent by Mr. René May?
Bon anniversaire pour le Congo et félicitations Bautista Liberato pour ce travail incroyable que tu fais avec cette organisation. Beaucoup d'associations, de fondations sont reliées au Congo et ça me paraît incroyable et le travail pendant toutes ces années que tu as fait qui aide beaucoup de gens et qui montre finalement que si unis on est meilleur, on est plus fort Donc j'ai beaucoup de respect pour tout ce que tu fais pour ce qu'est le Congo dans un niveau international. Et la seule chose que je peux souhaiter, c'est un bon anniversaire, premièrement, et que ça continue le plus longtemps possible, parce que unis, on est plus fort, unis, on est meilleur. Et quand on a tous le même but pour pouvoir atteindre l'aide aux autres, à la planète, à tous ces gens qui nécessitent le Congo, qui nécessitent l'aide, je crois qu'on a une réponse dans ce travail que l'on fait ensemble. Ainsi que, comme ça, je peux dire que c'est un incroyable travail et félicitations. Un très bon anniversaire, 75 ans, et c'est énorme, c'est incroyable. Donc je suis très orgueilleux pour moi que toute la fondation soit dedans pour pouvoir participer à cette grande œuvre. C'est un plaisir pour nous et c'est très enrichissant de savoir que des milliers de gens de la Fondation au niveau international, dans les 68 pays, on puisse faire quelque chose qui participe à aider les autres et avec le Congo. Je vous embrasse à tous, c'est un bon chemin et qu'il y ait beaucoup plus d'anniversaires pour pouvoir aider les autres. À bientôt.
Monsieur René, merci beaucoup. Ladies and gentlemen, the New Asia Chamber Music Society for the last performance. Not with CoNGO, perhaps in the future, but for tonight's event. Hold on, Cyril. Hold on. Hold on. Ladies and gentlemen, may I call on the leadership, the global officers of CoNGO to the front. First, Vice President Cyril Ritchie, the second Vice